people that have been trying to take you down with accusations for like 2 years.
Oh yeah,
because you had like one pedo in your Discord server that you didn't know about, and you had like a tweet that people took out of context.
Yeah, the classic.
It's like really, like you guys are still on about this. It went nowhere for a reason, you fucking idiots. Like, you have nothing.
Yeah, it's like literally every person who's like behind it has completely gone like, yeah, no, this was a big old waste of time. There was nothing there. The very people I'm accused of being, untoward towards, they keep coming forth, be like, no, nothing bad happened. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's pretty funny. So like now they're like coming in on alt accounts in my fucking Discord to be like, look at the allegations. We made a Google Doc that has like 3 tweets we screenshotted. Fucking look at this pedo. And I told him again, and I'll tell them now, and I've told him again. It's like, dude, I got blacklisted because I called out Tom Woods for being a 26-year-old that was a tutor of his first wife when she was 15 and getting married like right after she turned 18. You don't think that didn't burn bridges? Like, I was hanging out with some of the Geeks and Gamers people, and now all of them hate me because Eric July hates me because I went after his boy. I did the same thing when I got mad at Scott Ritter and called out the LP for having a fucking gross pedo speak at their rally, and then I got ambushed by I went on to Clint Russell's program, right? It's like, more than once I have openly looked into the allegations, found them to be true, then shouted them out and burned bridges and opportunities for me to grow and make content against my own financial interests because I care about those principles. I've looked at your shit. You've been weighed, you've been measured, and you've been found wanting. You have nothing.
Yeah. It's
always
get
on fucking Tom Woods' level, bro.
The funniest one is always when people they take screenshots of what other people said, and then it's like, well, this is the allegation against LiquidZulu. It's like, well, I don't fucking see LiquidZulu's goddamn name in this document.
In a different Discord too, by the way. Like,
not like, even my Discord. Like, well, I can't control everybody. Sorry, I'm not actually God. So
is that MonarchoHoppean? Yeah, MonarchoHoppean from Australia. Wake the fuck up and say hi. I know you're getting coffee or whatever, but
what's going on? No, I'm just listening into all this drama and bullshit. I just find it incredibly funny. The people that will celebrate Tom Woods and that, they have no leg, and got Scott Ritter out to the anti-war thing, like no leg to stand on in any of this stuff. Regardless of the fact that the allegations are complete bullshit. So
yeah, it's like, no, I've made sacrifices. I've been tested. I passed. Fuck off. If anybody brings me anything that actually shows that LiquidZulu is a pedophile, I'll fucking grab a bullhorn and talk about it every goddamn stream. I fucking hate pedos. But sorry, you got nothing.
Yes, but anyway, some people were asking. We are mostly all here, but I believe Ben is stuck in traffic. So we will, whenever he gets here, I suppose we'll
chit-chat, hang out.
We're going to start the, hopefully, you were saying before, that is Fabian was saying before, that apparently Jubilee are not, don't look too kindly upon people streaming their videos.
Well, no, so you'll find, look at any Jubilee video, you'll find like socialists and communists that have videos, and then you won't find any right-wing commentary on it. So what they do is they don't use AI bots. What they do is they have employees that are specifically looking for anybody that's reacting to their content that doesn't agree with their left-wing views, and then they try and take those streams down. So I rolled the dice. I'm going to do it on YouTube and just see what happens. I also didn't put their name in it. I didn't put the exact title, the title of the video. I didn't add them, right? So maybe they're just kind of searching through some bullshit or whatever, but it might get taken down. And then if that is what it is, you're streaming on Twitch, correct?
Yes, I'm multi-streaming to YouTube and Twitch. So, if the YouTube stream gets taken down,
if the YouTube stream gets taken down, I'll just close my stream and I'll keep doing what I'm doing, and you can go watch us all on Twitch, because Twitch is very, very difficult to get them to take down a stream midstream. Like it very rarely happens on Twitch. It's one of the few benefits of Twitch over. Actually, there's a few benefits. I like Twitch for a lot of things. I just don't like their moderating team. But on this, Twitch is usually pretty good about that.
Yeah, I mean, don't people like fucking watch like entire TV shows and shit on Twitch? Like, it feels like the Wild West to me.
Yeah, but that's about the only time somebody's stream gets taken down midstream is like when they're doing shit like that. Like I know Pokimane or somebody like her, it might not have been Pokimane, and I know I got to be careful because Pokimane is just a sweet innocent girl who also has a team of lawyers that she uses to attack small people if they critique her too much because she's a dumb whore. Setting that aside, I'm pretty sure it was her that like she was just streaming Naruto. It was like 20 episodes in before they were like, all right, you're getting a 3-day ban. But like if you get trouble on Twitch, it's because you got a ban, right? Like you don't just get like a strike that gets resolved or something, right? Like if your stream gets taken down, it's because your channel was taken down. And it's usually either a permaban or something.
I remember seeing people full on like streaming UFC fights and just like holding a controller up so it looked like they were playing a video game to try and dodge. I don't know if that actually worked at all, but yeah, people do some crazy shit on Twitch. They just straight up will stream like these just paywall content from big, creators that are going to do whatever they need to do to get it taken down, and they successfully managed to get the stream up.
One of the things that you can do on Twitch is it's super, super easy to get monetized. If you're like if you just do a little bit of like, you just need like an average viewer of like 4 or 5 people and like a certain amount of follows. So you can just bot it real quick. You can pay for bots and then immediately get monetized. And so people will bot and have several monetized accounts, and then they'll just like throw one up and then get banned. And then they're like, whatever, I have a different account. So yeah, but you don't usually see like the bigger channels usually don't get away with shit like that.
Yeah, I mean,
but you'll find crazy shit if you go find like 1 or 2 viewer Andes. You'll be like, what the fuck? Like you just streaming an entire album uninterrupted right now? Like, all right.
I mean, it does make sense when you think about it, because like it's sort of another silver lining from Twitch having worse technology, because YouTube has like such like bleeding edge technology. They can instantly like detect exactly what fucking song was used at hour 3 in this stream. They know exactly all the copyright and everything.
YouTube doing it.
I mean, the YouTube does do that though with the content ID.
Yeah, they do it. They do it to protect against it, right? But like you'll find most of these companies, because I get copyright claims like I want to say like 4 or 5 every video. Like it's pretty rare that I get less than 3 copyright claims every video. And like, and a lot of the time it's just Pretzel Rock's music that I pay for that is attributed on the screen. And then like, yeah, you're right. YouTube's very good at like determining, whether or not that's copyright. But like I have to dispute shit constantly. Like I watched a Twitter video that was a 40-second clip of the new education they're doing for toxic masculinity from like a BBC show of like the toxic masculinity that they're teaching to young boys in like a 5-hour stream, and that clip was broken up into pieces, and within seconds I have a copyright claim, and like I have to dispute that. Like all of my live streams are copyright claimed every single time on YouTube. It's tiring. I have like probably like 20 videos sitting in dispute right now.
Well, you just like play fucking like music all the time then? It was like I stopped playing.
I mean, I play background. Well, I had Pretzel Rock, so I pay for a service that has supposedly YouTube safe music. And usually most of those, like within a day or two, YouTube's AI will be like licensed globally, you're good to go. But there's bot accounts in India and China that corporations pay to protect their IP. And then what those companies do is they don't care about fair use or anything. If they detect any of it whatsoever, they just automatically claim it. And then if you dispute it, they'll sit on it for 30 days without ever responding to the dispute. so that your channel is like, so that video is fucked in the algorithm to punish you for using their copyrighted material. Which, especially if you're doing live streams, you're fucked, because like nobody watches a 2-month-old live stream usually. And then sometimes you'll dispute it again, and then they'll wait the 10 days and then they won't respond. So most of my videos just kind of end up sitting in limbo for like 40 days. And then that just gets fixed by itself. And then I lose money, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wish, the thing is, like, I would like there to be a better system, but like really, YouTube doesn't have a way to make a better system, because otherwise, like, what are they going to do? You'd have to take down the DMCA law for YouTube to be able to make a better system here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, it pisses me off. I think there are better ways that they could do it, right? I think IPs and region and VPNs shouldn't be able to create companies that are constantly and consistently fraudulently abusing the DMCA. All they do is ban the account and then they make a new account. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, but who owns the patent on this? Okay, like there should be a record somewhere of who owns this, and it shouldn't be a random Chinese company that just registered as, for the 400th time on a new account. You know what I mean? Like, there's ways they could make this less of a problem.
Yeah. Anyway, it looks like Ben is here. Welcome to the stream.
What's up, Ben?
Hey, how's it going? Sorry I'm a little late. I had to deal with Austin traffic.
All right. Yes, let's get this thing.
Austin, the place slowly becoming California.
They're gonna let me pop this out. Hopefully it does. Yes, there we go.
Man, how do I've not used the YouTube watch together thing. Is there a way to put that in the grid view of the Discord as well, or does it I have to do 2 screens?
I've got it on the grid view. Like as in I can't see the our icons below it. Or I can hide them. Not sure.
Yeah, no, I just meant like so that it's big enough for the other people to watch. Oh, God damn it. I didn't want to do that. Like it's a very small picture-in-picture.
I
feel like an idiot. I'm such a boomer right now.
Let's see here. I'm gonna go on your stream.
Am I the only one with my camera on?
I think so.
Holy shit.
My cam is on the...
You guys all must have left for LiquidZulu. Fuck all of you traitors. Half of my audience went left, and I know they went to go watch your stream. And I know they went to go already here. LiquidZulu has enough viewers, you fuckers.
Classic. Yeah, what the hell?
Well, at least give me some money before you leave, you fuckers.
Wait, so you're not able to... Oh, sorry, you want in the grid view and the activity on at the same time? The grid view and the...
Yeah, and it just shows like a little picture of... Yeah, and it just shows YouTube, return to activity to see information.
What the heck?
You were my brother once.
What the fuck are you doing? Why are you playing this?
Let me exit out of
We
this.
built this world of blood together.
Hold on.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to... I have no idea. Like, oh, there we go.
No,
Why does it say I'm hosting?
I don't know. No, but like, why is the equalizer playing?
Okay.
I want to be the host.
Okay, who is this person that doesn't have an ad blocker or YouTube Premium? Oh, or is it because it's on Watch Together? Never mind, I'm stupid.
Yeah.
And why is it the Equalizer 4 trailer?
All right, Zulu, you're the host now.
All right, cool.
I don't know why it did me.
Audio is fucked. Well, that's not good.
It sounded fine on my end. It's just turned down, but I can turn it up.
What the fuck? How do I fucking hate this goddamn watch together thing. Playlist. There we go. Okay. Why is it the equalizer? No, I want Patrick Bet David. Add to playlist. Only the host can change videos. I thought I was the host. The heck? Okay, well, I'll try to leave, then rejoin.
Boomer brain. Look, boys, I got some boomer brain sometimes.
Yeah, it says you're hosting, Ben. Oh, there we go.
This is the content.
This is not the United States.
Live stream.
There we go.
Oh my god.
Turn this off. Turn it off.
I skipped it. Okay, just for the record, as a resident of Virginia, fuck Abigail Spamberger. I have seen so many fucking ads for this cunt. Okay, so many ads for this spook candidate. She worked for the CIA. Why do we want her to run fucking anything?
All right, is everybody in the watch together? Is it working?
I dropped out for like age. I couldn't hear any of you guys for like a solid 2 minutes. I was like, what the fuck's going on? Why is no one talking? So I've had to jump out. I'm back.
Yeah, you're
I
playing.
think I don't know if I can actually
Equalizer.
I don't know if I can actually like see the stream. I'm watching it like on delay, like on YouTube, but I don't know if I can actually see the YouTube watch together thing.
Okay.
Like it's just a black screen.
It's working for me. I got it figured out. All right. So everyone in my chat that's making fun of me for being boomer brained, I figured it out before some of the Gen Z people. So fuck off.
Yeah, because it should be on the Patrick Bet David video now. If it's not, then it might be. We may have to just have one person screen share to Discord.
I just started a random fucking Denzel Washington video by accident and we started playing that.
Yeah. No, I'm in it. I'm good. We're good. Mine's working. It's on the PBD video. I hit the skip. Like it's buttons are working. We're good. All right, guys. So you guys ready for the next 14 hours of pauses from me?
States of Patrick Bet David. This is the United States of America.
Would you take money from a capitalist to help you go see specialists?
I mean, yeah, sure, why not?
But would you also be open to seeing somebody else I choose as a psychologist that may...
No.
You're not?
No.
Wait, is it on 1.25 for you?
I just moved it to 1.25.
It's not on 1.25.
That is the minimum speed.
It's not on 1.25 for me, I don't think.
I hit 1.25 and then it just stayed on normal. Okay, but I guess the host is the only one that can change the speed.
1.25, there we go. It's just otherwise we might end up getting vastly desynced.
When you're offering people, we're watching it at different speeds on the same stream.
No, I clicked 1.25 and then it didn't save. So I guess you had to do it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Your jobs, right? You're saying that they would have to pay you money to get that. So in reality, you're trying to convince them to pay you money to be part of your company.
Defaming. Be very careful defaming when you don't know the fact. I'm Patrick Bet David. I'm an entrepreneur and founder of PBD Podcast. Today, I'm surrounded by 20 anti-capitalists.
Okay, before we get started, you guys all know that this dude made his money from an MLM, right? I just found this out today.
I heard this, yeah.
I found this out a while ago.
Of all the people that we got to defend capitalism, we have a corporate crony shiesty motherfucker. Like there are people that are making basically no money working for PHP, trying to sell insurance where they're and things of that nature. I'm not saying it's inherently wrong, but definitely not a good look.
Indeed.
Yeah, and allegedly he actually paid for this whole thing to happen. So this is almost a partnership that he did with them. Like he's such a narcissist, allegedly, that he had this done.
That's fucking hilarious. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out that despite being the four capitalists here, we're not on this guy's side just cause.
Yeah, no, I think he makes, this is an extremely, and this is like typical Jubilee, it's an extremely like lowbrow, like entry level type video. Like they're not getting into like, oh, the ECP, socialism calculation debate, that kind of
I
shit.
saw
Like,
some clips.
it's-
I didn't watch this mostly because my audience kind of demands, and most people do, that like a reaction be a real reaction in air quotes. So so I've only seen clips.
Yeah, I've watched some of it. Just like I watched probably the first 20 minutes just to, prep a little bit. And he makes some interesting arguments, some arguments that we would probably, like the four of us, would be okay with making. He makes some bad arguments too. But the actual claims that he makes aren't really all that bad. He's just not that great at explaining them, in my opinion.
I mean, this first claim is incentive is the engine of capitalism. Remove it and the system fails. So, I mean, it's a weird way of putting it, certainly. He's definitely going for more normie arguments here, rather than, well, it's impossible to do economic calculation.
Certainly. Yeah, it's certainly like, I don't know that I disagree with it though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
it's definitely defensible.
It's just weak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you remove incentives, then things kind of suck. Wow. Groundbreaking.
Well, you watch the socialists disagree with him. That's the funny part.
What I think is funnier is the incentive is the engine for human behavior. So it doesn't matter what system you put forward, it's going to have incentives. It's just going to have different incentives, right? Like, what is a minimum wage? That's a form of socialism into the economy that introduces a new incentive, right? Which is, it's a disincentive towards low skill, low wage labor, or socialism is going to have different incentives. They're just not going to be productive incentives, right? Like I think when Basic Economics from Thomas Sowell, brought up this really good point of the productivity of farmland in the USSR compared to the productivity of farmland in America. And one of the things that he pointed to was what inspectors would do is they would look to see how well tilled the land was on the outside of farms, but they didn't want to fuck up people's farms or get their boots dirty or whatever. So they wouldn't check the center. And what you would find is that people would do a really good job of tilling the land on the outside of their farm where they knew inspectors were, but they do a really shit job in the center of their farm. So crops wouldn't grow that well in the center. And so they were less productive. And it's like, yeah, but that's not an irrational behavior if you don't get to keep any of your fucking food, right? That's a perfectly rational behavior to do what is the bare minimum so that you pass inspection so that you get like the check mark from the commissar, because you're not making any profit.
The other example that I've seen people point to is like, they would make these like humongous like clothes, right? Because you were paid on how many like sheets of cloth you used. And so it was easier. You had to do less work if you had to cut less time. So you just made these like huge clothes. I think this is a Joe Salerno thing that he pointed out in like a Mises Institute.
Everyone's making Mexican ponchos.
Yeah, literally, because like you had to do less work because you just had to cut less cloth. Like if you make bigger clothes and you use more cloth per cut, so they were just making all these huge clothes because your quota was how much cloth did you use, and then like oversized nails and stuff because you were measured on how many like grams of nails you produced.
Yeah,
or so you just make massive nails that consume like that no one has any use for.
As a 6'5", 270-pound man, you're making the USSR sound pretty good because it's hard for me to find clothes in my size.
And here,
my first claim is incentive is the engine of capitalism. Remove it and the system fails.
Hey, great to meet you, Patrick.
What's your name?
My name's Mason.
Mason, good to meet you.
Yeah. I'm value-tained. I'm a big fan of the channel.
Are you?
Yeah, I do watch it pretty regularly.
Very cool.
I do not agree with your claim. I don't think that incentives are only born out of capitalism. Most capitalist defenders say that incentive is because of scarcity and people's.
This is an interesting. Sorry to pause here. But like this doesn't actually dispute the point. The argument is that incentive is the engine of capitalism, and if you remove it, the system fails. But he says, okay, but incentive isn't only in capitalism. It's like, okay, well, he didn't say that incentive is only in capitalism.
Yeah, you will notice that actually this guy gets down and he's very like, keen to rebut this guy and he doesn't do it whatsoever. Like, spoiler alert, this guy doesn't actually refute what Patrick's saying whatsoever in this little exchange.
I haven't watched any of the reactions to this, obviously, but every video that I see is like communists, and they're like, "We need better communists." So like, I've taken from it that the leftists are very mad that they brought on a bunch of Riris. Apparently, like they didn't bring any like academic or good debaters in that regard. But I mean, to be fair, Jubilee does the same thing to the right. They bring on 20 idiots so that whoever the host is can feel like a Billy Badass. Mm-hmm. The only one that didn't work for was that critical race theory lady. Because they actually got some good people, and she's supremely stupid.
It's hard to make a critical race theorist look intelligent, to be fair to them.
Ability to get what is necessary pushes them to work harder. I disagree with that. I'd say that some of our hardest workers are single moms working 3 to 4 jobs, and the resources that they're able to acquire compared to those that utilize their workers in order to build profit for their own companies is not equivocal.
So how would you do it? How would you change it?
Yeah, so I think that humans inherently want to be meaningful. They want to contribute to their communities. They want to contribute to society. When you look at depression rates, oftentimes it's people who aren't able to do anything besides laying in their bed and basically barely taking care of themselves. So I think that it's just a human intrinsic value to want to bring value to their community or grander society. Okay, so I don't think that it has to be through scarcity alone that scares people into working. If that makes sense.
I work for scarcity. I think there's levels to it. You have the survival folks who work for survival to pay their.
I tried to pause and it just kept like pausing for like a second and glitching it. Yeah, I just want to say from like the psych-minded person here, that's just not true. Humans do not inherently want meaning. Meaning is the means by which most people have a healthy functionalist life psychologically, right? Like psychological health is often found through the attainment of meaning or the attainment of something productive that matches their values. But this concept that humans just want meaning, it's like, dude, just go to any poor African village and that'll be dispelled immediately. Mm-hmm. Like with the appropriate incentives and the appropriate socialization, people are able to, and with capitalism where people can freely work towards their meaning and gain profit off of it, and the incentives are in the right place, people can find meaning and attain a functional society and better psychological state, whatever. But this idea that like people just inherently want to do meaningful things is like a big lie of communism. Is like, oh, when the revolution occurs, I'll make eyeglasses because I just love making glasses for people and I want to make people see. It's like, well, no, immediately nobody's going to do shit. Everyone's going to hate because meaning has been pulled out because of the incentives. And then what's going to happen is the boots are going to come in and they're going to put you in the fucking mines because you have to be forced to do something productive because you can't attach any of that meaning to the productivity of your labor because you're just given.
Yeah, you will find a lot of leftists who will make the argument that people will be intrinsically motivated to do this kind of noble, helpful jobs like glasses or farming or something. You'll never find them making the case for why someone's going to be intrinsically motivated to scrub shit off of the inside of a sewer or a septic tank. Okay, no one's intrinsically motivated to do that shit, but it has to be done. So where's the motivation for it?
Yeah, like where's the motivation for the train ride that Orwell took when he saw the impoverished state of the USSR? Right, like where people were living in the shackles.
It's sort of like they're doing this, what Ayn Rand would call intrinsicism, where they think that there's some sort of intrinsic value which can be forced upon people. That the value is like in some way out there in the collective consciousness or whatever. And then so the new socialist man, he's made by the collective literally forces the individual to do things, and you can force them to do things that you can force these values onto them. But really what hopefully Mr. David will be able to argue here, I don't know if he will, is that, well, if you really want to have the meaning, then you've got to be able to, and you want to have values, you've got to be able to be free to choose those values. If you can't force a value onto someone, because a value is a value held by a consciousness, and if your consciousness isn't free to choose, then you can't even identify values in the first place.
Yeah, I will say this idea that work is going to give you meaning and people will work just to not be depressed and stuff like that. It reminds me a lot about the signs that they would put above concentration camps in Germany, or the labor camps in the Soviet Union, where they said stuff like "work makes you free," or it also reminds me of the Protestant work ethic. It's like all this stuff, just work for the sake of work. Like work is some sort of intrinsic good.
PraxBen, that's such bullshit. Don't you know that even Marx said that work has to be meaningful? He didn't describe what meaningful labor was, but he put that caveat in there. So debunked, buddy.
Yeah, the mud pies are debunked.
Their bills. Some work for status, some work for freedom, and some work for legacy. The folks that work 3 or 5 jobs, to pay their bills and do what they're doing, if the incentive wasn't there, they wouldn't work 3 or 5 jobs. Some of the guys that build a bigger business that solve a lot of problems.
The incentive there is either I die or I work. That's not really a system that rewards merit. That's a system that pushes people.
I do. Sorry to pause again immediately. But I do love this worker starve argument that you often get out of these communists. And I think it was best refuted by, let me try and find this image. MS Patent Refutations of Anarcho-Capitalism, this old Facebook page. Had an image where it was
I know the one you're referring to. Yeah,
capitalism only gives you 6 options: work or starve, or get an easier job, or go to university to build skills, or live out in the woods because you really don't want to engage with society, and so on and so forth. It's very.
I think it was debunked by Lenin in 1917 when he wrote The State and Revolution, and he quoted the Bible and said, "He who does not work shall not eat." So the entire idea of work or starve, it's like Lenin said that. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, was that not real communism? Got it.
Also, we'll see this trope crop up, and it's not a major point, but it is something that really, really frustrates me, is socialists appealing to the single mother that works 5 jobs. It's there are no single mothers out here working 5 separate full-time jobs. That doesn't exist. Okay, can we a fraction? I'm pretty sure a fraction of percentage of the population in the United States and in most first world countries even works 2 jobs. Let alone there's no one out here that has kids and is working 5 separate jobs, or if they are, they're probably they're working 10 hours a week per job. No one's doing this shit. Just stop making up this straw man archetype of this person that works 200 hours a week.
I've grown up in poverty in America, right? Like in Section 8 housing, and I'll tell you, there are a small number of women, single moms, right, who do work probably one job that's close to full time, and then another part-time job, and then these other 3 jobs that they're describing, right, are usually they do hair and nails as a side hustle or something, on the weekends with their kids running around. They're doing, acrylic nails and they're doing them cheaper than the nail place. So I mean, that is a type of person, but as you said, obviously they're not going and working 5 9-to-5 jobs somewhere. It's not even possible to do that. But there are some hustlers in the poor, but they're few and far between. They really are, and those people. And this is the problem with understanding poverty, is that not understanding that poverty is not this fixed place that you have. It's a measure in time, right? The people that work that many jobs don't stay poor. It doesn't. Those are the people that break out of the lower income and move into the middle class.
There's really only one refutation you need of this. In a social society, if everybody stops working, then everybody starves. The socialists are not advocating for a society where you don't have to work. They're advocating for a society where the burden of work is put on fewer and fewer people, and you have people free riding off of those people. And typically speaking, the workers are the ones who are forced to work. Socialist societies have the strictest regulations on workers. They're the ones who will throw you in prison for showing up to work late, or leaving work early, or not completing your work. Very, very strict things. They're the ones who slaughtered union workers. The Soviet Union slaughtered union workers. And also, I will say, I actually, this point kind of slipped my mind. I might need another couple seconds to think about what the second thing I was going to say is.
Yeah, no worries.
We're 2 minutes and 17 seconds in. We can go.
It is like
you can bring it back.
It is this constant thing of as you're saying, like, it's just a recognition of causality, of cause and effect, to say, well, if somebody's got to work for this, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Somebody's got to produce these values. So the question is, if you're producing the values, should you be the one who is allowed to direct their usage? And I think it's very clear to me that, yeah, you should be able to. You shouldn't be predating upon the productive and destroying the productive, because then you don't get any production anymore.
People into insecure positions.
Not necessarily. In many cases, we put ourselves in situations as well. But when we're
So
talking
are you saying that it's an individual failure for these single mothers that are working 3 to 4 jobs?
for some of them, it is.
Interesting.
For some of them, it
I'm
is.
glad you bite that bullet, because most people are
Pause
not
very
going to say
quickly.
that it's a moral failure.
Yes. Why are you a single mom? What percentage of single moms are widows? Yes, it is a failure. Already, being a single mom is in some way, shape, or form a moral failure. I know PraxBen and I may be a little bit more conservative here, but yes, just the fact that you're a single mom. Are you a widow? No. Okay, so you chose a shit man that got you impregnated outside of marriage or any contracts to protect yourself, and you just depend upon the fucking welfare state to subsidize your poor choices. Yes. When I see a single mom, I see someone made poor decisions in their life, unless I'm proven otherwise, because overwhelmingly, yes, they put themselves in that position.
Yeah, I mean, it's ultimately like, when I was in a university, I explained to some of my friends there, I was like, well, I don't think it's proper to be sleeping around. I've got like a very specific set of criteria for a woman has to meet these criteria before I'll try and pursue her for dating. And it's fundamentally, those criteria are designed to try and get a wife. Because I think it's pointless to be sleeping around and trying to date, unless you're dating to marry. Like, what's the purpose of it?
Sex, hedonism, instant pleasure, high time preference. That's it.
Failure of people that are born into poverty that continue to live
let me
out
explain to you.
cyclical
For somebody
poverty.
like me, I came from the single mother system. My mother was a single mother. We had, my parents got a divorce twice. They married each other. They divorced. They remarried each other, divorced again. I came up. We didn't have a lot of choices. I joined the army. I got in that system. Kind of wanted to see what I was going to do for myself. Do I stay in the army? Do I get out of the army? I started working in sales. And then the incentive of working harder, eventually I built a good life for myself.
Again, you're totally dismissing the hard work that a lot of these people are putting into for just basic survival. I'd say that mechanics and plumbers and most people working blue collar jobs that are probably watching this video are working tirelessly day after day.
I don't
but yet
disagree.
They still
Okay,
feel
just
insecure.
real quick.
Pause.
This guy
Those
has
are
no
middle class.
fucking idea. These people have no fucking idea how much electricians and plumbers fucking make. Okay, can we? I hate when socialists are like, "Oh, these poor plumbers that are making minimum wage." Like, no, if you hire a plumber, that guy's making like hundreds of dollars an hour off, like when he's specifically working. Like, these people are not poor. High skilled laborers in first world countries are not poor. They are extremely, not extremely well off, but well off.
I mean, like, when I was a kid,
the average.
I had a friend whose dad was a
I'll do
plumber.
median.
Oh, sorry. When I was a kid, I had a friend whose dad was a plumber, and they lived in a fucking mansion. Like, it was like fucking 6 floors or some shit. I was like, what the fuck? Like, those people are very rich.
Yeah. In May of 2024 in the United States, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, the median salary for a plumber, right? Median is $62,970. So $63,000. That's not 6 figures, but that's not the working poor, right? Like, that is lower middle class just from that one salary, right? What is the median household income? Median household income US is 80,610, right? So that is $17,000 short of the median household income. So you can reach right in the middle of America if your wife or girlfriend is working one part-time minimum wage job and then the husband is a plumber. You're right in the middle. They use these people because it seems like they're hearkening to this concept of the proletariat and the workers of the world uniting, and they don't want to talk, like you said, MonarchoHoppean, about like the shit scrapers, and because these people are just not poor. They're not. I mean, they're struggling because of socialism and rising house prices and inflation and things like that. Like, it's becoming harder and harder to be middle class, but these aren't the working fucking poor that need welfare. What they need is to take more of their fucking money home instead of it being taxed, so that single mothers that don't do shit can get welfare.
positions to where they don't even know if they're going to be able to afford rent in the next 6 months.
So let me ask
if
you,
most Americans have a $400 to $500 emergency, they can't even afford that with the basic savings that they have. So this is not something that we should celebrate as promises of a system that gives you more if you work harder. We should say that this is something that rewards few, and I'm glad that you're an outlier that's been able to.
I mean, hold on. I just want to say, I might have missed it, but did Patrick Bet-David make the labor theory of value system claim? Because this guy's saying, well, we're told that capitalism is a system which rewards you if you work harder. It's like, no, well, he didn't say the labor theory of value. He said incentive is the engine of capitalism. He didn't say anything about you work harder, therefore you earn more. That's definitely not the case under capitalism, because the labor theory of value is false. If you work, specifically if you are value productive, the more value productive you are, you'll tend to make more income in capitalism, because then that limits you to like, well, what actually works, right? What actually produces value for people, and that's subjective. It's not based on how hard you worked.
A capital intensive society is going to be far more productive than a labor intensive society.
This argument is always such a straw man. Like they'll say, because like, it is true in a sense that you need, if you're going to be successful, then hard work helps. But it's obviously, as you've pointed out, it's hard work towards ends that are productive for society or for people, right? It's not just hard work for the sake of hard work. So these people will twist this argument where we'll point out that like, if you work hard, with the obvious caveat being working hard in a productive environment, then you're going to be successful. And these people will straw man it and say, well, what do you mean the person that, works hard making mud pies isn't rich? Like clearly that debunks your whole argument. It's like, well, no, because the obvious caveat is you need to work hard toward an end that is productive for yourself or for, someone else that's willing to pay you to do it.
Mm-hmm.
To build a lot of success for yourself. I know that you're a multimillionaire. That's fantastic that you have those resources. But the thing is that cannot happen for everybody in society. It's possible for each individual to do it, but not everybody can be a millionaire. That's guaranteed.
I don't think not everybody can be a billionaire or a millionaire, but I do think people can find ways to use their time to effectively increase their market value. And I don't think many people do that. When I talk to people and they tell me, I've watched this show, I've watched every one of these shows, I've watched every one of these Netflix shows, you can use that time to increase your market value instead of kind of, focus on what's going on with the stories and shows that are out there.
Let's move away from Netflix and TV shows and talk specifically about, do you think that capitalism is
right? I mean, like he even though he doesn't get it from a theoretical perspective, he's weak on the theory, but he kind of came to it via common sense there. Right, which is like, well, you can use that spare time to work towards being productive, right? Like, or increase your skills. Like, he kind of intuitively gets it as a businessman, even if he doesn't theoretically get that, like, productive labor is what's important. I just kind of wanted to point out that, like, our critique is correct, but like, he kind of sort of got there from like a normie way.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, obviously Patrick Bet-David, I don't think he's like an economist or anything. He is like just a normie, like businessman type person. So I don't think we're necessarily going to have like tons of praise for the types of arguments he takes in this debate. But ultimately, like, he is debating like socialists, and socialists are, it's not difficult to get one up on a socialist, really.
Yeah. Well, they don't. Well, the thing is that a socialist doesn't align with reality, right? So you don't actually have to. If you just engage with the way that the world works as you see it, you're far more likely to be accurate, even if you don't understand half of what you're talking about, than a socialist, because all you have to do is show reality, show real world things. This is why somebody like David Friedman, who is, obviously not a bit, I don't think most of us here are a big fan, but it doesn't matter because he can just look, we'll look at what this looks like in practice. Because their theory is anti-reality, it always blows up in disaster.
Absolutely.
That rewards people that are of higher merit?
I do.
Okay, so how would you say that this is a meritocracy when we have some people that are born into excessive wealth and some people that are working?
It's like, what sorry to pause so soon, but I just really don't understand why they're talking about meritocracy now. Like, the question, the point of contention isn't about meritocracy. It has nothing to do with meritocracy. Meritocracy doesn't appear in the point that Patrick Bet-David is surrounding this discussion about.
It's one of their magic words. So a lot of these people have magic words, right? And they know that this is one of your magic words. So they either try and subvert your magic word or they say their magic words, right? It's like when you hear a critical race theory and they're like, what about redlining? And they'll bring it up out of nowhere, right? It's like, that's one of their magic words. That's all that is he's attacking what he thinks is his magic word because he's just arguing in a stream of consciousness. There's this wonderful thing in sociology of business called Jason's Triangle. And Jason's Triangle is essentially parental rights, meritocracy, or equality. And basically the argument that even like that business sociologists make, which they tend to be a little bit more right-wing, though there aren't very many right-wing sociologists in existence, let's be honest, right? But nevertheless, they make this argument that a society has to recognize that you have to, at least, I don't want to make an odd claim, but they would, right? You have to balance these three things. That anytime you grab more of one of these, you gain less of the other, right? So if you have a perfect equality in your system, then you can't have parental rights, or you can't have a meritocracy. You have to get rid of one or the other, because a rich person can send his kid to private school. A rich person has connections. A rich person can, give their property to their children. A rich person might be a better parent. All of these things that are preserved in parental rights and property rights destroy the concept of equality if you have a meritocratic system. Or you can have, socialism, and you can force everyone to be equal regardless, right? So it's like, even like, how can you claim this is a meritocracy? It's like, if you want a full meritocracy and you want to keep property rights and parental rights, then we have to destroy the myth of equality. Like, that's the only way around it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this I like this magic words model of the socialist mind. It reminds me very much something Jordan Peterson talks about in Maps of Meaning, which is a very good book, by the way. Obviously, it's not an objectivist book, but it's still very interesting, sort of how he approaches these things.
Continuation of Jung. It's the only continuation of Jung that I respect, other than Eric Neumann, but that's his understudy.
Yeah, like in there, Peterson talks about his youth when he was a socialist, and how he just took other people's arguments, and that became like a sort of bundled package for him that became his identity. His identity was just defined by these things he had heard other people say, so he didn't actually have anything for himself. And that's why you get these sorts of magic words type conversations with these people.
Working minimum wage jobs to provide for 3 or 4 kids. How would you say that that's a meritocratic society?
Those are two different things.
They are two different things, very unequal things.
Well, no, not necessarily. The parents get credit for making responsible decisions so they can take care of their kids. The parents
so it's not
get
a meritocracy, though. We're building dynasties of wealth.
Not necessarily. I didn't come from dynasties of wealth.
I know, you're an outlier. I get that individual. We're talking about systems. Capitalism is a system. It's not an individual
testimony. But it's a system
testimony.
that you get to use in your advantage. It's a system that produces the best results than any other economical system. There's not an economical system that's produced better results than this based on the incentive.
History is a march of progress, right? So there are going to be advancements that we make.
Oh my god, this guy is fucking, I hate the sound. He's clearly got like some sound bite. Like he rehearsed this speech before he ever came on. And like, it didn't matter whatever the hell Patrick Bet David said. He was going to get through his like sound bites of, well, if you look at it's a march of progress, he says. History is a march of progress. It's like, okay, shut the fuck up. Just think, please. Just think and come to some sort of unique point, some sort of novel point. It doesn't have to be something that like Lenin told you in a book. It's okay. You can think for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, like it's very interesting how the sorry. It's very interesting how the how much Marxist philosophy has made it into people without them noticing. Because I maybe this guy knows, right? Maybe he's aware, right? But I don't think he is, based upon like his level of understanding of these concepts and his ability to debate, right? Like this is essentially the argument made by Engels in Socialism, Scientific and Utopic, right? Is that, communism or, historical materialism, these things kind of contradicting themselves and all wrapped up together, is this march of, he doesn't call it a march of progress, but he calls it, communism is like the history of movements of history or something, or like movements of people. right? Like he's just saying, like the argument that he's giving, history is a march of progress, is just a historical materialist argument that, you know, that there is this constant struggle, and then there is, you know, then there is this kind of like there's this thesis in society, and then there's this combative antithesis, and then there's this, you know, minor revolution or one of the many revolutions, and then there's the you know, this synthesis of a new progress that ultimately leads towards communism. But I doubt this guy even knows that. I feel like he's just picked this up from leftist speak and from kind of being indoctrinated without even actually understanding what it is. Because what he's arguing is communism is true. When he says history is a march of progress, that is 100% historical materialism. He probably just doesn't even know it.
Yeah, and it's always very interesting. I always like to try and really dig down with these materialists, these dialectical materialists, because I want them to be honest about what they're actually claiming. You know, I did this.
That's why I love Kropotkin.
Yeah, when Ben was doing his debate with what's his face, Infrared, that guy. My question to him was during the question period. It was something along the lines of, well, you're talking about all these contradictions in society. You're talking about the struggle between the classes and all that sort of stuff. So is it the official American Communist Party position that contradictions are true? Because that's really what they're arguing. They're arguing that there really is this thing called a contradiction, and it's true that there is a literal contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and this contradiction leads to a new synthesis. Like it's straight up Hegel. It is saying contradictions are true, and I want them to be open and honest and say, yeah, title of my essay, contradictions are true, a note on communism, something like that. You know, I want them to be honest about this, because they are never honest about this. And if they were honest about it, they would honestly say, no, I could never convince a capitalist of communism because I'm using different logic than they are. I have no means to convince them, so I do have to force them to go along with the system. I really want them to be honest about this, but they virtually never are, which is a shame.
Yeah, they're very rarely honest, which is like why I said I love like you know, Conquest of Bread or Conquest de Pain, right? Like from Kropotkin. And I tell well-read you know, ANCAPs, read Kropotkin's Conquest of Bread, because he makes it from the communist perspective. He's like, yes, the distinction between personal and private property is nonsense. And he defeats the distinction of personal and private property in his own writings, and just being like, and just admits that, like, yeah, there's no distinction between the means of production and a toothbrush. Like, that's an arbitrary distinction. And it's like, I remember reading that and just being like, wow, the first honest communist. and it's so hilarious and terrifying because it's so evil and blatantly so, but it's like the rest of them are all hiding this fact and trying to like hide behind these little arguments that they've crafted in order to try and convince people of their philosophy.
Yeah, I've pointed this out before in debates, and just quickly before we can move on, that, like, you know, this distinction is totally arbitrary. The personal private property distinction is completely arbitrary, because I can use a computer for personal in scare quotes reasons, what they would consider to be personal, and then also for private reasons. So does my computer transfer from personal to private property by the minute? You know, when I switch tabs from doing something for personal use to doing something for, you know, productive use or for profit?
Yeah, I mean, I use the toothbrush example because they'll come at me and say that it's ridiculous, and then I'll just explain to them that, well, my image is part of my brand and part of how I personally make money. And if I don't brush my teeth and I get gross teeth, and I get made fun of like Asmongold or something, and then I get less money and I get less views. So my toothbrush is actually the means of production.
Try rocking up for an interview at a company without brushing your teeth. It's not going to go well.
Yeah, right.
What I usually do is, a lot of these people, they can't really comprehend when you're trying to explain these things to them in philosophical terms. So I'll just point out, historically, all of the communists have, when they actually take power, they do not have this distinction ever. As soon as they have power, they don't go, oh, this is your house, we're going to leave it alone. No, they seize the houses. In China, under Mao, they were seizing people's houses, bulldozing them, and then taking the materials and building communal property with them. They were taking people's, in Cuba, they were forcing people to bring homeless people into their houses or other families into their houses. Same in the Soviet Union, they're forcing people to live together. they've never had this distinction. And in many cases in the Soviet Union, China, they had these communal bathrooms and these communal dining areas, and they wanted people to share this stuff. You couldn't have your own pots and pans. You had to share your pots and pans with people, and they pushed that big time. So no, this whole distinction, it's all a cope. It's all a lie to try to trick normies to support them. You're like, oh, no, we'll leave your stuff alone. We're just getting back at the big, mean, rich people. But every single time, they always do that.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, the Soviet Union was a little smarter about it because they just built like dividing walls in existing apartments to turn them into like multiplexes, right? So they didn't bulldoze your house. They just put a wall up in your house and said, you get to live in this corner of your house now.
There's a whole plot line about this in We the Living, which, I highly recommend anybody who's interested in getting like a full, like really visceral feel of what it felt like to be a Soviet citizen. Obviously, Ayn Rand was a Soviet citizen, and it doesn't look too good.
Make, or there's going to be solutions that we make to previous ailments. I'm not saying that capitalism hasn't brought in better things than systems like feudalism or monarchy, but that does not mean that we're at the end of history. Do you think that capitalism is the final solution, and this is what we're going to last?
I think capitalism is the best economical system because it gives an incentive for you to decide how big of a life you want to build. And by the way, the best way to judge it, let me just say this to you, the best way to judge it is in a very simple way. Take all the countries around the world. There's many different economical systems. What has the longest line of people wanting to get in there? It's America. Why is that? 15 million people came here illegally. Millions came here illegally just the last 4 years.
A lot of that is because of economic scarcity in other countries. Well, one of them, we could talk about one, is American exceptionalism, which is continuing.
Thank you.
Economic scarcity.
Why is there economic scarcity?
Policies.
It's a shame.
Follow that kind of logic real quick for me. Just like go the next step. Why is there scarcity in the other countries?
Yeah, why?
Real quick, he's gonna bring this up a lot, and I think it's not necessarily a good argument on an individual level to be like, well, if you like this system so much, why don't you move there? Like, on an individual level, I don't think it quite makes sense, but it is instructive, I think, to look in general, where are people moving from and where are they moving to? And what does that tell us about the relative preferences that people have for different economic systems, like when they're actually implemented in the real world?
I was just going to say, by the way, just before I say this, shout out to the Cato Institute, which is currently on the fact check thing. It was such a shame that they weren't able to run this line down, because what the communists will often say is, well, there's scarcity in Cuba because of all the embargoes and whatnot. And I think that it was Ben who I first heard making this argument, which is that, well, why are embargoes bad from the communist perspective? Because that's stopping the capitalists from exploiting those people by trading with them, right? If that is exploitation, then you should want embargoes, and that should make the communism flourish even more. But apparently, it doesn't, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I don't know. I've heard Ben make that argument before. I don't know that I fully agree with it, but it is snappy, Ben. I'll give you that. Personally, I just say, like, dude, please get rid of them, because they just make it an excuse that all the commies love to use. It's not helping anybody to have these trade embargoes. It's not, you know what I mean? Like, I just find it to be the dumbest policy, one of the dumbest policies from the U.S.
Yeah, I agree with that too, because I mean, Western leftism would be significantly weaker if they didn't have these excuses to point at. And the embargo was actually one of the big tools that Fidel Castro used to gain power. Because initially, the revolution really was not a communist revolution. In fact, it was a common motto to say, we are not a communist revolution. They put out flyers talking about how they were not communist. And many of the major revolutionaries like Camilo Cienfuegos were not communists. But after they actually won the revolution against somebody, who was a dictator and an evil person, Batista, which, by the way, Fidel Castro had connections to Batista and his family loved Batista formerly. Castro was just a power grabber. But yeah, you had all these other revolutionaries, some of which you could classify them as libertarians or certainly not communists. They were much better people. They were all assassinated one by one. The Cienfuegos, he died in a plane crash, a mysterious plane crash. And then Castro and Guevara come out on top after assassinating all the other revolutionaries. And then they go, hey guys, look, America hates you because they put in this embargo and we're connected connecting the country to the Soviet Union and doing this trade deal with them so that we can save you. So, communism's great. And today, most Cubans do not identify as communist or socialist. They do recognize that the system's terrible.
I just want to.
Oh, go ahead.
You go. Oh, I was just going to say very, very quickly. How dare you talk about? How dare you talk about Justin Trudeau's dad that poorly, Ben?
Yeah, I've heard from. That is funny. I've heard from a lot of people because like those initial speeches were so shocking because so many people that were part of the revolution or at least supportive of the revolution thought they were getting a people orientated, maybe they had different ideas of what was to come, but they certainly didn't think it was a full-blown communist revolution. And then immediately it was like, and we're banning porn and cigarettes and we will shape that. And they're like, what are all these decrees that are coming out of nowhere?
Yeah, and then Fidel Castro goes on to invite Jeffrey Epstein to Cuba, and Cuba becomes a hotbed of child prostitution. Just want to throw that in there, by the way.
That is crazy, lore. That is fucking hilarious.
Okay, I mean, we got Jeffrey Epstein and we got mysterious plane crashes. Clearly, Cuba's the CIA's fault. All right, I'm putting on my tanky hat. All right, you've now said two things that prove that it was the CIA, and now I've got one of my other talking points.
That's so true. I was saying this for years about Epstein and Castro, and I was pointing out this stuff, and they kept saying, "Oh no, there's no proof he ever went to Cuba." And then just about a month ago, I think it was, there was new pictures released of Epstein with various celebrities and world leaders and whatnot, and one of them was him with Castro.
That is fucking hilarious! Holy shit! I gotta look
the
up
crazy thing is what is Epstein famous for? The funniest thing about Epstein, I think, right, is if you just look at it on the surface, he doesn't have a finance degree. I think he has like a bachelor's in something related. He doesn't have any experience or anything that should make him this super wealthy person, and yet he's just there. It's like, well, why? Like it's like just like taking out all the facts and details that we know, just the smell test. Why would you be connected with Epstein? What is he offering you? He's managing billions of dollars from different people, and yet he's no better than any other manager out there. His returns somehow magically work out. Like it's so obviously like state corruption. I don't know. I don't want to get into this. This gets weird, but I'm just saying.
Mm.
How are you? What's your name?
Good. Hi, I'm Alana. It's nice to meet you. Okay, so I think the issue is the framing of incentive here. Incentive doesn't disappear in a socialist or a communist society. It just changes.
Oh my God, it's the same fucking bullshit. It doesn't matter if incentive doesn't disappear. He said incentive is the engine of capitalism. Remove it and the system fails. He didn't say incentive goes away under socialism. Like, why aren't they responding to what he says? Like is this just a part of the format where people just they have their sound bites and they're going to warp the question to fit the soundbite no matter what?
Zulu, have you ever debated a socialist that sticks to the arguments that you're making as opposed to subverting them and trying to shift goalposts and make separate arguments and ever in your life?
I actually lobby. I don't know if anyone's going to back me, but I lobby for skipping most of this specific topic just because I've watched about half of this before. Maybe that was cheating, but they're literally going to make the same arguments for about 20 minutes. The only person here that's actually worth listening to is the black girl that comes up a little later.
Do you want me to
just because she says so many
girl?
dumb things, but all these people are just going to say the exact same thing.
Yeah, I'll skip to the black girl then because these people are quite unimpressive.
I'm along for the ride because anytime I do reactions, it takes like 2 hours and then I get like 30 minutes in and then we're like, all right, we're going to watch 15 more minutes and then you can watch the rest on your own. So I have no problem skipping.
Yeah, we've been on the call for close to an hour now. We're 6 minutes in. I mean, to be fair, we did start a little bit late, but we probably do need to shuffle it along a bit.
Pieces of shit couldn't match my millennial boomer energy. I figured out the watch together before the rest of you. Just want the record to show.
It will be interesting after this black
They're all
girl
making
leaves.
fun of me for not getting it.
After this black girl leaves, I can see there's a sponsor
That's
segment, but I've got sponsor block, so it'll be interesting to see if it skips it for everybody or just me.
Awesome. So this claim about incentive is one that we see often promoted by capitalism enjoyers, right?
Capitalism enjoyers.
Your brother loves a cute black girl. Oh man, this is so sad. I can fix her, boys. Oh goodness gracious, she looks like she's into crystals and shit. That's fine.
Are you a capitalism enjoyer, Fabian? Not just a capitalism defender, a capitalism enjoyer.
Fucking whatever. I'm whatever gets me a date with this honey right now. I'm just saying.
And it's this idea that, profit incentives is the only thing that can make humans do things, get up out of bed every day, which has never been the case. Historically, it's not the case. Psychologically.
Historically, it's never been the case?
No.
What has been the case?
So we've seen...
What's been the incentive?
The incentive is intrinsic motivation.
Intrinsic motivation?
Of course. Have you ever heard of intrinsic motivation?
I mean, we were talking about this earlier. Like, yeah, there's literally being intrinsicists where, yes, you are the new socialist man, so you do want these things. It's okay. Well, where do we go from here?
Yeah, Brax was right. Like it's the same argument.
Of course I have. So you think people are going to go just do anything for no incentives?
The incentive is intrinsic, meaning passion, interest, and honing your skills.
Whether you get paid or not.
Well, the problem is that we're forcing people to, need to, work to survive.
So what's the alternative? So give me another solution, another
May I finish the talking point?
Yeah, actually, I'm curious.
So yeah.
Hold on. She just said, may I finish the talking point? So yeah, confirmed. Yeah. She just did have some talking points, and she's going to get through the talking points. That's a very funny way to phrase that.
Yeah, and it's like, oh wow, a whole bunch of like left-wing sociologists and psychologists came up with a theory of the mind that confirms the left-wing worldview. Well, I'm absolutely and totally and utterly shocked by that. That's staggering to me.
Well, I think we're getting to
sorry.
Well, I was just saying, I think we're getting to a place now where, there used to be. We're getting to a generation that has grown up with this propaganda, as opposed to people that have blended this propaganda into, I don't want to say a stable worldview because it contradicts, but nevertheless, we're getting to a point where people have this as their only belief, as opposed like there's no cognitive dissonance because they've adopted the worldview wholesale. If that makes sense, right? Whereas previous generations of like the woke and commies, etc., there was a few rare commies that were crazy, but for the most part, like woke leftist types, they had some level of cognitive dissonance, and they kind of did this how Christopher Hitchens describes Christianity, right? Like this cafeteria religion, and we're getting to a point where the cafeteria religion is going away, and the young generation coming up have adopted all of it. Mm-hmm. So, a few generations back, you wouldn't hear this because it's so obviously and patently not true. But just any understanding of reality would be, well, obviously you have to work to eat, but they live in this world where like the only reason you have to work to eat is because the capitalist is exploiting your labor, but somehow the labor is just going to magically do itself because people will want to do it because we live in this. We would live in this such a prosperous, beautiful, futuristic world that like we'd only ever need like people to work an average of 5 hours a week because of the robots and the lack of exploitation, and everyone would be happy.
Self-determination is widely accepted in psychology. It basically explains that intrinsic motivation and passion is actually what predicts incentive. You're arguing that incentive is integral to profit-driven motivation. That's not true. Extrinsic motivation, at all times, at every single case, is going to predict less creativity, less motivation, less skill, etc. Intrinsic motivation is what causes things like technological development. Some of the greatest breakthroughs have been from people who are devoted in honing their skill.
So should they get paid for it?
I think that we shouldn't live in a system that privately.
It is very interesting. Just saying all these great innovations, they come from people who are, motivated to do it. But fundamentally, the question I have is, how do you become motivated to do those things without the freedom to use your mind, to evaluate, to judge? If you can't do those things, then you could never be If you had full communism, literally everybody is 100% controlled by the central planners. Well, then those people literally could not ever develop those desires, because those desires, they come from the free use of their own mind. Right? So it's to whatever extent you don't have that control over people that you can actually get people desiring these things.
Well, I think,
the big thing here is that a system does not innovate. A system does not create inventions. It's people that do that. And so in every system, you're going to have people coming up with innovations, coming up with inventions. But the thing is, if you compare the different systems, then clearly people innovate more in the capitalist system. Even if you take examples of innovation in socialist system, which of course you would have innovation because people exist in those systems. And it's not, entirely socialist. There is black markets and things like that where people are able to have a very limited amount of freedom and able to do some things. They still had some prices, although not very many at all. People are still able to innovate, but there was this one video I was responding to a while back on my own YouTube channel, and this guy was naming off all of these inventions, like these major inventions that happened in the Soviet Union. And I looked into every single one of them, and what I found was, in many cases, these inventors, they were severely hindered by the state. Like, these people were literally traveling all over the country to find some bureaucrat who would actually allocate the resources to them, and the bureaucrats didn't want to listen to them. And sometimes they had to do things like smuggle money in from outside sources and do all sorts of crazy things. And all of these inventors were anti-communist. There was one major inventor, he even started this capitalist party in the later days of the Soviet Union when they actually allowed for other parties to exist. Like he called himself a capitalist and was very anti-communist. So yeah, like even these few inventions that did come out of the socialist countries, they came about because people found ways to circumnavigate socialism.
This is time for a red pill retard moment. All right. So just bear with me, boys. We're going to do a red pill retard moment because it's just too nerdy in here. Look, dudes are fucking motivated by status and means of getting pussy. Like, you want to know what 99% of inventions that have ever existed in human history are? It's because some dude wanted to attain value in society so that he could go get pussy. And so that he could keep that pussy. That's what most dudes are about. And I think, I know it's overly simplistic, but it's also just kind of true. And when you have a society with more and more socialism, you crush the entrepreneurial spirit, you crush the ability for capital accumulation to be able to do that. And what we're seeing is, the more socialist we get, what we see is a market where most men are driven out of that game, where a majority of men are struggling in that. And you're going to see a lot of problems arise from that. But even more so, this like, it doesn't matter if it's capitalism or if it's communism or whatever system, that is going to be a large motivator for a lot of men to go out and do things. And I think women often have this wishy-washy fantasy that, like, people do things out of the good of their heart because they like doing things with people, right? They like being psychologists or teachers or doctors, right? They like human interaction and social relationships. And so the concept of, like, a social system that is, and social hierarchy and social incentives is going to be more positive to them, or at the very least less bad. And they don't realize that most of these men that are engineers are not engineers because they love engineering. Sure, you have a few autistic spurgs that love math, but most of them found out they were good at math and realized this was the driver that was going to get me money and get me pussy, because I can't compete with the Chad that's I was in high school and I couldn't compete with the captain of the football team, right? I'm going to go make a bunch of money. I'm going to go do things. And so by and large, that incentive works well in a free market system and unleashes them towards productivity. And in a communist system where the domain is social, it's, inventing a lot of great things is not going to achieve that. What's going to achieve that is lying, reputation management, all of the things that make a good politician and a good bureaucrat are going to be the things that elevate your status in that culture. And those are the very things that are going to be destructive towards the community.
It's like, you know, you're speaking on nobody really loves engineering at that point. You know, it's like my dad told me the story of how he became a chemical engineer. And what he did is he walked into the career advice office at the school, and they were like, "Oh, you're good at chemistry and you're good at maths, chemical engineering." It's like, okay. For the next 40 years of his life, he's just a chemical engineer. It's like, okay, yeah, that's pretty much how it goes.
Right, but I just feel like it's important to recognize that we're already in the position where this is being fucked and inverted, right? Where like so many young men, I mean, a majority of their wealth in America, it's worse in other Western countries, but even in America, through inflation, different forms of taxation, etc., a majority of their wealth is being taken away from them to go in towards this socialist welfare state. And what you're doing is that's killing that incentive. Like you have a lot of young men who are not that attractive and not that charismatic, but you know, their ability to go out and work hard and do some productive labor of some kind and get skills and then buy a house and have a home and have the things that make, you know, the other gender attracted to them is going away. And the inverse of this is that socialist system is funneling resources to women, funneling fake bullshit email jobs to women. And they all hate average looking dudes. They would call it a chopped epidemic, right? Like, so I think I know this is weird to throw in this red pill moment here, but when we're talking about incentives, I think like it's actually important to bring up that like we're watching what happens when the incentives go out of skew and fuck up the natural order that is maintained through capitalism. I argue that capitalism is actually the natural order.
Mm-hmm. He owns the means of production and forces people in this position.
What college did you go to?
USC.
You went to USC. What did you major in?
Sociology.
Sociology. Who's your hero as a professor? Who's the professor you look
This
up?
doesn't seem like a topic.
I don't like this where it's like this is some sort of like weird like tactic that he's pulling where it's like he like read about this in a book or something like well, if you wanna dominate your debate, like he was watch like a Charisma on Command video or something. And it's like you gotta relate to the person. It's like shut up. This is a debate, just fucking debate. You know, I don't like this at all.
I think he's searching for a W because that's such part and parcel of like and it's not even an indictment of him. It's an indictment of the social media landscape and the desire for viewers to get entertainment and to get low resolution entertainment that is brain candy, right? Like online debates for the most part are the new reality TV for Gen Z males of a certain type, right? And so I think this is just him searching for something to subvert, much like a commie would, as opposed to like getting into the nitty gritty of the argument.
Mm-hmm. You know why I asked this question? The reason why I asked this question is because somebody convinced you of that. Somebody convinced you that
so psychology and studies convinced me of this fact about the human mind.
Unfortunately, to your claim, results show that the greatest economic system
intrinsic motivation.
Like this is true for anything. It's like somebody convinced you of that. It's like, okay, well, yes, you're correct. Okay.
No, he's searching for a dub for the right wing audience, right? He's trying to showcase towards his base and towards his audience that instead of dealing with the ludicrous claims because he's out of his element and doesn't have the knowledge to actually talk about the literature in psychology, and he doesn't have the economic knowledge to talk about incentives to that degree, what he's going to then do is showcase, well, this is just another programmed wokey that went to college and got taught these crazy things. And that is like the low resolution slop that his audience will eat up.
Mm-hmm.
Predicts more creativity
that allows
and more
people to go
profit
above and
than
beyond
anything
and
like
solve
extrinsic
every
motivation.
single issue out there. An entrepreneur who gets up, who says,
what was your claim again, mister?
I'm going to incentive.
Incentive. What about incentive?
Who has an incentive to go out there and build their lives. And you put
so I'm saying that this incentive that you're talking about, what predicts the best incentive, the best drive, and the best creativity
so what do you think about
has been proven by psychology.
What do you think about Elon Musk?
Can we respond to my claim?
This is about incentive.
All right, awesome. So you're arguing that incentive is intrinsic and tied to extrinsic motivation. What we find is that the best incentive comes from intrinsic motivation.
So a person that's passionate about solving an issue is going to build something bigger than somebody else that's not.
Yes. So someone who has a true passion for this.
Yeah. So
exactly. So profit motivation is not the thing that's driving innovation, right? Psychology.
Of course.
So psychology proves that.
So real quick. I think this is kind of showing why the incentive question, it's a good thing to bring up, but it's not the fundamental problem, because they can always appeal to like, oh well, if people are intrinsically motivated to do other stuff, then they'll do other stuff like that's not for profit. So you need to be able to demonstrate why the profit motive orients people towards the ends that are most productive. And that's where the economic calculation problem comes in. And that's where like the price system comes in. And that's the stuff that I don't think Patrick has the ability to touch. So it's, again, the incentive problem is a good problem to talk about and discuss, but we're seeing here why it's not the fundamental problem in the same way that the ECP is.
I think you can do it very well and thread this needle. And the thing is that she's not wrong, right? She is wrong, but she's not wrong to say that like meaningful labor based upon the values of the person that is doing it, they're going to be more incentivized to do it, right? So if if I really, really, really want to be a rapper, right, I'm more likely to put in hard work towards being a rapper. But not everybody can be a rapper. And so the profit motive is a means by which of showcasing those that actually have the talent to be a good rapper, that other people value the rap that they put out, are the people that are capable of rising in that. And it is that productivity element that is so important, because nobody is, as you said earlier, nobody has a primary deep, yearning for the mines, right? I mean, well, that's not true. Some people do, right? Like some people may have like some family connection, but like by and large, you need a lot of people to do labor that is not their primary value in life, right? That's not like in their list of ordered values, it isn't that high, but making money and making a living and being productive so that they can put it towards those other things that they do value that might be hobbies also is a system that capitalism does. And it's right. It is like, I hate to keep quoting Thomas Sowell because he's not an Austrian, right? But it's the simpler way to say it is that it is, the most valued means going towards their most valued ends.
Yeah, I think real quick, it's also important for people to know, okay, how much, because you can be motivated by things other than profit. I don't think anyone is disputing that, but you need to know how much time you can allocate towards these, potentially unproductive hobbies or interests or pleasures that you have, and how much time you need to allocate to doing productive stuff that you maybe don't intrinsically, again, in scare quotes, enjoy, but that you need to do in order to sustain yourself so you can enjoy doing other stuff. And if there's no profit motive, if there's no profit to be gained from doing stuff, then you don't know how much time to allocate to leisure versus work.
Yeah, but I mean, once we start getting into the ECP, like we're getting into a new domain, right? Like I'm sure all of us here would probably use that as an argument, as opposed to the like incentive argument that he chose here.
Not the reason that we have the greatest inventions that we do today.
I don't know if I disagree with the fact that there's a passion behind it. Are you saying people with passion, even if there wasn't the incentive to make as much money as they would make, people would still pursue it even with or without money?
That's what psychology says.
Well, your claims are wrong, because
that's not true.
Whoever your psychology professor is, if you look at data and you find out how America
this is just economics, right? It's if you have money being able to be earned in something, then that reduces the opportunity cost of doing that thing. So like it just literally does make you more incentivized to do that thing. Like, sure, if you really want to do that thing, if you really want to be the rapper, which is Fabian's example, then yeah, you're going to want to be a rapper, and you might even do it for no money, right? But if you are able to make $1 million doing rap, then like you're going to be way more likely to be working hard at doing rap, right? This is
I mean, just imagine a world, just imagine for a moment a world where you're not forced to engage in labor that you don't want to force, but you are punished in any way, shape, or form for engaging in trade, right? So a USSR, but without the labor camps. And imagine just 1 million starving artists and no food. Right, like at the end of the day, some people are going to be forced to engage in labor that they don't want to get into, or the rest of the people are going to die. You know, like it's a complete utopian fantasy that like there's a lot of people that want to be great artists. There's not a lot of people that want to be great farmers. It's the profit model that allows people to, you know, that are most productive to be able to, you know, attain some level of success, you know, based off of what they are good at, right? But the communist model is just going to be to force people to be farmers, and they're going to be way less productive because of it.
Mm. Only been around for 249 years, schooled all the other countries that have been around for hundreds of thousands of years more. They did better than others because the incentive
because they accumulated profit, right, to 1% of the population and continue to produce on that basis. Right? We have this. Okay,
it's not necessary.
Do we want to respond, because you can say that
you've been interrupting the entire time. So if you're saying about the 1% are the problem and they're the only ones that make money, a lot of people make money. You said the profit goes to the 1%. I'm
explaining how it is that America has become the dominant power that it is now. Right? What we see is that because we have this engine, right, this desire to accumulate profit, you know, we morally justify things like going to other countries, imperializing them, colonizing them, and extracting their resources, right, to funnel our country, right? Social democracies in the Nordic countries don't do this. So yeah, they might not be the wealthiest power, but they have higher.
We don't do that. We do not colonize. Where has America colonized? We go to other countries for one reason, for one of two reasons. We go to a country because they're selling oil to another country in a currency other than US dollar, and we have to make sure that the US petrodollar is sound. Or we go there as a means of stopping some other country like the Belt and Road Initiative or something else, so that we can, you know, like if you want to talk about like a modern like neo-colonialism, maybe, right? Like you can kind of make that argument, I guess, but like what is she talking about? These are talking points. These are magic words. I got to stop.
Yeah, you know, this goes back to the Cuba thing, doesn't it? when you're trading with these third world countries, you're exploiting them. But if you put an embargo on them, then you're making them poor.
I also
you're exploiting them no matter what you do because you're capitalism.
I also love this like extracting their resources point. Now this is something where a friend of mine, Ian, he doesn't really like using the word natural resources. Because it's not actually a resource if it's out in nature. It's not useful at all,
right?
Whilst it's in the ground, like, you know, the oil in like Africa during the Industrial Revolution, where they had no concept of what oil even was and what it could be used for. It wasn't even a resource. It was just like an annoyance, mostly. Like it was only became the resource oil after someone figured out what oil can be used for, and then they went over to find the oil, you know, actually figuring out how to find the oil, which is an easy thing. That's not an easy thing to do. Like, it's not everywhere. And then figuring out how to extract it efficiently and purify it and do all these other things. Like, that's a whole lot of work has been put into, you know, making this into the resource petroleum and all the other things you can get out of oil, right? Like, it wasn't that, you know, the Africans were super rich with all their oil, and then the Europeans came along and stole it all. No, they were poor, and they had no way of using this oil, and then the Europeans offered them a trade. They were like, hey, we'll give you, you know, these resources, we'll give you these guns, we'll give you this, you know, food, we'll give you whatever it is, for that stuff in the ground. And then the Africans said, oh, fucking of course, yeah, because we have no use for this stuff in the ground. It's a problem for us. So yeah, you know, you might even imagine like an African farmer would pay someone to get rid of their oil on their land because it ruins their crops and everything. Like get rid of that shit. Yeah, absolutely, you can have it.
Yeah, the Iran is a perfect example of that, because Iran was not utilizing their oil, and a lot of people in the West, they thought maybe there wasn't oil, and some Scottish and English businessmen invested in it, and they sent people out to try to find the oil. Went to the Iranian government, said, hey, if we find this oil stuff, will you let us have it? we'll pay you. And they're like, yeah, we don't care. We don't want that. And then that's how Britain had control over Iranian oil. They act like Britain just came in and stole it. No, they went in and they said, hey, this is what this stuff is. We want it. And they said, yes, you can have it. They went and bought the land, and they were the ones extracting the oil.
Mm-hmm.
And then later the Iranians stole it.
Mm-hmm.
Rates of education, literacy, human satisfaction, etc. Right? So it depends on what we actually value in society. Do we value well-being, or do we value profit accumulation?
Validates your point. If that's the case, people would move to those states. They don't. When you judge a great restaurant by the amount of people that come in, you can say the food sucks here.
Yeah,
you
so
can say the
there are
service
millions
sucks
of people
here,
that live
but
in
everybody's
Germany.
lined up to want to come here. They're not lined up to go into those countries. They're just used by professors as theories.
There are millions of people that also lived in Germany in the 1920s.
That's actually not a bad point, right? By PBD, right? That's actually a pretty good point, right? Like, okay, you can say the food sucks at the restaurant, you can say the service sucks, but at the end of the day, if the restaurant's wildly successful in the market, then they're doing something right, right?
Yeah.
Like they've brought value because people are voluntarily doing that, and like it's almost like a normie way of slipping into the ECP, right? It's like he has a decent business sense. He's got a bad ideology, and he doesn't understand economic theory, but like he's savvy enough to know business, and certainly has some level of education in business. So I mean, he can kind of see almost he's like right on the cusp of discovering the ECP himself, right? Which is the central planner can say this restaurant is bad for whatever these reasons, but the market proves you wrong. Somewhere along the line, this restaurant is producing value that people are choosing to, part with their money more so, because it is less valuable to them than whatever it is this restaurant is doing.
It's also very just like rhetorically strong. It's like, okay, if this is so good, why are people willing to get shot at and potentially die to leave North Korea, but nobody's willing to do that to get into North Korea? Right, it's very like
a couple people do, but it's pretty rare. Yeah,
it's very, you can just see it. Like, so it's almost like it's a valid version of the move to Somalia argument, because obviously Somalia, it's not actually what we're advocating for. We're advocating for like a natural law, natural order society, not one where it's constant chaos and gang warfare.
It's just a different form of state. It's just a bunch of micro states, right? We're against statism. A warlord is just another form of statism, and albeit a worse one than one with a constitution.
Yeah, but like we actually do have socialist governments in the world. There really are fully socialist central planned economies out there.
Yeah,
and these socialists, they could all move there. They literally could move there. And I do like this kind of line of attack he's got. I think I saw a clip of him where he's like, okay, I pick any socialist country you want. I will pay for you to the fee to renounce your citizenship of the US, and I'll pay for a first class ticket to get you there. Will you do that? I think that's very. And they're like, they don't want to do it because obviously they don't. I think that's it's a very effective rhetorical technique, and it only really works because the guy's a millionaire, which I'm very upset about. I want to be a millionaire, so I can use that.
It's true fuck you money, right?
Yeah.
Like he's willing to spend 10-20 grand just to prove you wrong.
Yeah, I really want to be a millionaire so that I can do that. Sorry.
At the end there, she's like, but millions of people lived in Nazi Germany, as if people were begging to get into Nazi Germany and not leaving it. That's so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, dude, you know how many people were trying to move into the Weimar Republic? Like it was, they had such a big immigration problem. Why do you think Hitler hated the Jews? It all comes back to immigration, boys.
I think that's why they had to have the Berlin Wall. It was because everybody kept trying to get in, and so they had to erect this wall to keep people out. It's like, no, guys, we're a fool here. We're a fool here. You can't. We're good. We need to erect this Berlin Wall. That's why all the gun positions were pointing outwards. They weren't pointing inwards. Don't worry about it, guys.
Yeah. Also, I just want to point out that girl is still a 10. I'm still simping. I can fix her.
My next claim is capitalism has lifted more people out of poverty than any other system.
Patrick.
How are you? Gabby?
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
So I would
You gotta train for fucking like sprinting if you want to get on this show. Like, geez, it's a very strange format where Yes,
Dude,
the people
I'm gonna
behind
cook
Patrick Bet
on
David
this
gotta
part.
be. Sorry, you go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm just saying I'm gonna cook on this part. Like this, she's about to lie out her teeth.
Oh,
Just lies.
I was going to say, I recall watching this, and I'm pretty sure this is where she starts dropping some stuff about like Chile and Allende.
Yeah,
and I remember watching it thinking, like, yeah, PraxBen's about to go nuclear on this
cup of tea
particular
right
part.
now.
I appreciate
This is why we brought him on.
cheating. I'm doing a real reaction, boys.
Well, look, I got just a little bit after this part, but dude, I'm gonna cook this girl. Let's listen to her lie. Let her lie.
Argue that governments have actually lifted
Mark, is
the
this
most
true?
people out of poverty. If you look historically, we look at China, for instance, had the most significant poverty reduction in all of human history. They pulled 800 million people out of poverty using state-owned enterprises and state centralized planning. They did with the capitalist
Stop
system.
the lies.
Stop.
Stop the lies. So, right, look at this fact check right here. This is actually, it's citing the World Bank, that's the data she's citing. She specifically said 800 million people. Number one, they're talking about absolute poverty, not just general poverty. That's an important qualifier there. But 800 million people out of absolute poverty since 1980. Her own source, if you read the World Bank report on this, it literally argues exactly the opposite of what she's saying. She's saying they use state-owned enterprises to get people out of poverty. Her own source says the exact opposite. It was saying they got rid of all of these state-owned enterprises. I mean, not all of them, but a large majority of them. And the paper actually argues the number one reason people were taken out of poverty was because of the liberalization or turning the agriculture capitalist, taking it from the communal agriculture. It talks about how horrible socialist communal agriculture was, and that it was the capitalist agriculture that brought people out of poverty. And this whole framing where she says China brought people out of poverty. No, the people brought themselves out of poverty. The people brought their neighbors out of poverty as they built wealth. The Chinese government actually initially opposed these reforms. This is actually something that most people do not talk about, how much the Chinese government opposed it. Deng Xiaoping, a lot of the stuff he said, it was post hoc. People act like he was some genius who came up with this idea that, oh, we're going to liberalize the markets and that's going to fix everything. Complete lie. All of his quotations on that came after this was already happening, because it initially started as a bottom-up reform. The farmers were actively rebelling against the government at the threat of death and starting private property and treating their land like private property, and it was increasing efficiency significantly. Some of these towns that did this, you saw yields increase by 600%. And so the Chinese government noticed, because capitalism was so efficient that they noticed this, and the farmers thought they were going to die, but then Chinese officials are just like, oh, we're going to just like let you do your thing because we have less people starving now. And only 3 of the 19 party deputies in 1978 actually supported the reforms. And in I think it was the 8th Party Congress, if I'm not mistaken, whichever one was in 1978, they didn't even talk about the reforms. There were reformists who later said this. They weren't even talking about the reforms. They weren't worried about this at the time. It was not the CCP that made this decision. They were forced into it by the farmers, by the actual entrepreneurs. And those are the people who lifted themselves out of poverty. Her own paper says that. Her own source says that. And it even cites evidence that all of these redistribution policies, the income redistribution policies, did not help people at all. In many cases, they kept people in poverty. And yeah, just read her own source, and it completely debunks everything she said.
Also,
Yeah, real
just
quick
to
before
add on to this, there's a 2020 article from Washington Post that goes into pretty good detail. You got to go like Wayback Machine to find it, because of problems. But this came out in 2021, right after this World Bank data, to showcase all of the ways that China lied about this data and gave fake information for this data. So even with all of what you said, there's also a whole bunch of this data just isn't true because China lied about it, because that's what China does.
Yeah,
February 2021.
I saw some academic paper a little while back that argues something similar, like the drop in poverty wasn't as big as we think. But I'm going to make one more point. The absolute best refutation of this line of argument that China China's modern success came from state planning. This is something called the Beijing Consensus or the China Model View. And there's a few great Chinese academics who have refuted this, but the best one is actually an Austrian economist named Weiying Zhang, and he has a paper called I forget the exact name of it. Debunking the China Model View or something like that. It's really easy to find if you just look up ZHANG China Model View. You'll find it. He uses something that comes from this institution in Beijing called the Marketization Index, and it tracks things like, is the government or is the market allocating capital goods, and how many state-owned enterprises are there, and stuff like that. And the way China works is it's not cut and dry that it's capitalist or socialist. It actually varies from city to city and from region to region. So some areas are almost Soviet style, and some areas are quite close to like the United States. There's obviously a lot of central planning that happens, but it's relatively free. And what he does is he uses this marketization score to show that the places that saw the most economic growth and the highest declines in poverty were the places that were the most economically free in China. The places that were the strictest and most socialist did not see the same declines, not even close. So just that alone completely destroys their argument.
Quick note on like these poverty stats as well is you're going to see socialists later on, depending on what segments we watch, argue that the US has a lot of poverty in it because people are homeless and stuff. Bearing in mind that the poverty line that they use to prove that China's lifted, a billion bajillion people out of poverty is $6.85. I think it's fair to say, and PraxBen, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, that on that poverty line, 0 people in the United States would be in poverty.
Yeah, I mean,
0 people.
I've been homeless before. Like, you can go get $10 begging anywhere at any point.
If you use a higher thing like the $6.85 level, then about a quarter of China's population is below that.
That's bad. Wow. That is like
that's like
we got to have these people. Level. We got to have these people on like television programs, getting like a charity drive for them. Like that's real fucking poor.
Yeah, there's a lot of statistics I found, and you don't even have to go to Western sources because they'll just dismiss every Western source. Like, oh, that's all fake. You can go to China's National Bureau of Statistics, their actual website that CCP owned. Go to their website, look at their data on quality of life, on income. And I've done this. You can just do a simple translate on your browser. Look at their angle coefficient, for example. The angle coefficient is the percentage of your income that's spent on food. And it's actually, many academics have argued this is a very good proxy for poverty. Like Weiying Zhang uses the angle coefficient. I forget off the top of my head what the angle coefficient is in the United States. I think it's something like 6 or 8%. But in China, it's over 30%. Just to feed yourself, you're spending over 30% of your income. That's absolutely insane, and they have crazy housing prices, crazy it's right. It's a total shit.
And they don't even have overpriced McDonald's there, right? So imagine.
Yeah, it's like people are constantly
they have really cool neon cities. Yeah, they have really cool neon cities that glow, and they cut through mountains to build meaningless highways that no one actually fucking uses. Like they must be rich.
Yeah, people are always using China as like this bastion of like prosperity, but like when you actually start looking into it, like it doesn't even have to be from like an Austrian source. Like anybody who's honestly looking at China, it's like, well, there are actually really major problems. There's like huge youth unemployment. Like people are really blackpilling a whole lot over there. Like, and it makes sense because they have like this eternal boom basically. Because most of the country is still very much socialist. Like they have a few special economic zones and everything, but the rest of it is just, oh, let's build like $1 trillion railway to nowhere, and it's like, whoa, but look how fast it is. It's the bullet train model of economic development, where if you're a third world country, just spend some of your government budget on bullet trains, and it will look to the rest of the world like you're really rich. Even if you're not, you don't actually have to be rich. You can just buy some bullet trains, you can put some LED lights on your buildings, and you'll look to the rest of the world as if you're rich. And it doesn't matter if those buildings are completely unoccupied. It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, and
When you
to
actually-
your point, Monarcho-Hoppeanism, you see all these videos, and one of the things that it was like a moment of like, once you see it, you can't unsee it, is they'll do all these drone footage videos of like this new highway or something they built. And then I just tell people, I'm like, look at the shot and recognize that you see a car or two and know that that's open to the public. There's no cars on this road because they have this theory that if you build it, they will come, as opposed to the market demanding that it be built. And so it's like all of their propaganda goes right out the window when you realize that nobody has the money to fucking commute, right? Nobody has the money to use this fucking road because they're either stuck in a village somewhere or they're living in the city. And then the second thing is, it's just like every time I look into any Chinese statistic that they use, it's always bullshit. Kind of like the building off what you said, PraxBen, is like one of the things that I looked at recently is I was like, oh, I keep hearing this claim over and over and over again about how, oh, well, America's so bad because of the per capita prison rate. And so I started digging into the prison rates in China. And what I realized was two things. Well, two things that aren't counted, assuming we even believe their numbers to be accurate, because people literally disappear for disagreeing with the government. So where are those people? So even if we assume their numbers to be accurate, they don't count the Uyghur Muslims. They don't count that as prison population. And then secondly, in 99, 98, somewhere around there, they got rid of the re-education camps. Except they moved the re-education camps to a specific sector, and now they're called voluntary vocational training. And they're prison camps. They're re-education camps that they send people to. And like, if you put these together, they have a higher per capita prison rate than America does. And that's also knowing that they're probably lying about the data to a certain degree, as it's been shown. Like, and so I hear this all the time, like, oh, you put all your black people in prison because you're racist, and China doesn't do that. It's like, actually, they have racial prisons for people for daring to have religious beliefs that go against the state, and they have re-education camps. They just call them vocational training. It's something like that. It's like vocational training facility, voluntary vocational training something. And so it's like their prison population is actually higher than ours. They're just lying. Like, I don't trust shit that comes out of China.
Yeah, it's someone in chat asked PraxBen to bring up Forest City and how the CCP destroyed that. Is that something you've talked about before?
What city?
Forest City, looks like.
Forest City. I'm not familiar with that. I don't know if they're referring to that one city where it was like all these buildings packed together and they like didn't have a government in the city. I don't think that was called Forest City though.
Okay,
is that the one where they had like the universities, but it was just a gate and there was no university? It was just empty plots of land with like gates of like college coming soon.
Classic.
Most of it was done through state-funded infrastructure, education.
Oops, sorry.
And contributing to strong literacy programs, redistributing the wealth. I think that my other argument would be that there hasn't been an opportunity for alternative systems like socialism to pull enough people out of poverty. So we look at examples. There hasn't been enough opportunities for them to succeed.
What?
And so when we say
it contradicts what she just said, by the way. Like, she just argued China had these decades for socialism to pull people out of poverty and succeeded. And then she says socialism hasn't had the chance to do it.
Yeah.
I started talking just before and I realized I was on mute. I was like, why the fuck is Zulu just playing this video and not letting me speak? So I was just going to say, someone in chat said I should start a channel on Zulu in Zulu's chat. I won't be doing that because I have no editing skills and I also don't want to put my face online. So it would literally just be like an ethereal profile picture talking over videos that I don't know how to edit.
We don't have a good VTuber in the ANCAP online space, right? Like, there is a market for, I mean, you might have to cozy up to furries or something, but if you're willing to do that, you can, you know what I mean? Like, you can pull in it. There's a market void waiting for you, MonarchoHoppean.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll debase myself to the point of talking to furries in order to have a YouTube career. So
you have to make sacrifices to make this work. Okay. I talk to groypers. I don't know how they end up here, but they're here. So, you can talk to furries.
There's a one good
furries or groypers. I'm spoiled for choice.
There's a one good furry I know. He's a gunsmith. I can't remember whereabouts he lives. I know him from a Anglo Libertarian server. I can't remember what I believe his Twitter @ is horse archist, where like he makes all these like retarded like crazy guns. Like he'll take a gun from like Fallout or something and make it real. And yeah, he's a horse furry, and he's great. Oh, thank you very much for the $50 face value. It's a lot of money.
Jesus.
$50. Fuck you, face value. I'm kidding.
That.
Yeah, you're gonna have to redistribute that, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Socialism
buddy.
finally has a chance to decrease poverty.
Partly because of the US, and I think because capitalist forces and global market insecurities have sabotaged these attempts to do socialism. So we look at an example in Chile in the 1960s. They elected a democratic socialist, and he proposed literacy reform, wealth redistribution, land reform, and
like I'm gonna do a lie counter. All right, so lie number 1, elected 1960s. No, he was elected 1970. Get your facts right, dumbass. All right.
all of that was a threat, obviously, to the United States because McCarthyism was on the rise at the time. And so instead of allowing
number 2, McCarthyism was not on a rise in 1970.
Right? McCarthy was a fucking hero that was totally not killed in a hospital and definitely died of natural causes from alcoholism, even though he wasn't an alcoholic, and it was the same hospital in which the former Secretary of the Navy and good friend somehow magically jumped out of that window. Okay, he was a hero.
Watch Fabian Liberty's stream on McCarthy.
I just wanted to quickly make sure I had it correct, and I am correct. So she's talking about Allende, who was, elected in 1970, and she's saying McCarthyism was on the rise when McCarthy died in 1957. So he died more than a decade before this happened.
There's going to be more.
I wish McCarthyism was on the rise in 1970. America would be a lot fucking better.
Hell yeah, it would.
Truth nuke.
To have a chance with that, the U.S. Orchestrated a CIA-backed coup to take over and
the U.S. did not orchestrate the coup. That's not true. Let's let her finish the. Actually, I think we kind of talked over the part where she was saying that Allende was so successful. So this is life 4 technically. I think this is kind of the end, but we just kind of missed that part. Okay, so yeah, like I said, number 1, elected in 1970. He was elected after his campaign was illegally funded by the Soviet Union. He was actually a Soviet agent, and we know this because there was a defector of the KGB who came over, and he wrote a couple of books. One of them is "The World Was Going Our Way." It's actually a fantastic book. Just a little side note here. A lot of libertarians get a little bit too into communist nonsense when it comes to foreign policy and just the descriptive things. Like the prescriptive stuff is cut and dry, that, yeah, you shouldn't be going over and interfering in other countries and whatnot. We shouldn't be engaging in endless wars, and we shouldn't be, putting in embargoes and stuff like that. But they often adhere to the socialist descriptions of what happened, almost like, the US is always evil, everybody else is always good. This is just not true. The CIA was doing all sorts of crazy things. The KGB was doing even worse things. Okay, they were doing horrific things, and they were in a lot of cases, the United States and the CIA were in fact just reacting to stuff that the communists were doing, like horrifically evil things that the communists were doing. Like the communists in Chile, they were horrific. There was this one group, the MIR. They were like kidnapping and raping people, and they were saying they were going to kill 1 million Chileans if they needed to bring about the revolution. And then this guy Allende, who supported these people and they supported him, he wins this election just barely. It was by a plurality, not a majority. First of all, they'll try to act like it was a majority and most people supported him. That was never the case. He won by like 34%. He only got 34% of the vote, I should say. Illegally won because his campaign was financed by the Soviet Union. And then he was deeply unpopular because he did such a bad job. It was not a success. When she said that, she was lying. Wages dropped by 53%. Real wages dropped by 53% under Allende. There was hyperinflation. There were chronic shortages. Even socialist economists admit this. Alec Nove, he has this book on history of socialism in the Soviet Union, Chile. Like, he has this whole chapter where he talks about all these horrific shortages and failures in Chile, and even says, like, oh, they try to blame this on the CIA, but there's just no evidence for that. This is like a hardcore socialist economist, like one of the top socialist economists ever, and he even admits this. And again, you can read that KGB guy who said all this stuff, and he talks about how they had all of these propaganda campaigns like Operation Toucan. There's a whole Wikipedia page about this. This isn't hidden history. Operation Toucan, where they were trying to spread all this information about Pinochet to turn the West against Pinochet, and also they were spreading all of this misinformation about Allende and how he was actually so great and people loved him, but people hated him. You can read the Declaration of the Breakdown of Chile's Democracy, which was put together by a bunch of Chilean officials, and they document all of the ways that Allende violated the Constitution, did these illegal things, killed people, kidnapped journalists, tortured them, stole property, stole farms, all sorts of things like that. He was absolutely horrific, and the coup was 100% justified. Like, out of anybody ever, like, yeah, his own people did the coup. He appointed Pinochet to the army. And the military people got together. They said, hey, we're going to do this coup. The general population in Chile did not care. There was actually
and his Congress voted against him.
Yeah, the Congress supported it. There was actually an earlier coup attempt in 1973 that a lot of people don't know about. It failed because it was just completely disorganized. And I believe that one might have actually been CIA backed. But they were rolling up to the palace, and Allende had this message put out over the radio, hey, come out and protect me. And nobody showed up. Literally nobody showed up because they were just totally cool with him dying.
I don't want to do a whataboutism or like a both sides thing, but I do want to say, especially when we're talking about South America politics, evidence or not, CIA is probably involved to some degree, right? Like, it's like, I do think that whether, if you don't have the evidence, like, you know, just saying, oh, you know, just dismissing it by saying, oh, this was the CIA is absurd and ludicrous. But also at the same time, like, anytime we're talking about revolutions or we're talking about, you know, governments being toppled, let's be honest, the CIA ever increasingly from World War II has been involved in some capacity, right? Like, we are never the good guys. We are a state, but that doesn't mean that these two things are equal, right? That doesn't mean that, like, the KGB involvement is somehow not bad because CIA or that these people were doing the same thing, etc. But I just like, just to throw them a little bit of a bone, at any point in time, regardless of evidence, the safe assumption is the CIA was doing some fuckery there. It's in some degree.
Yeah, the CIA was definitely doing stuff. Like, they were funding the worker strikes, the trucker strikes, the taxi strikes. They're doing stuff like that. And they did have a policy per Henry Kissinger to build the conditions for a coup. But then, you know, if you actually read their own documents, like, they say, oh, we ended up not really having to do much because Allende did such a bad job at his own. And the KGB even said this. And the KGB didn't even try to blame the CIA for Allende's failures. Like, in their own documents that we have, like, they're like, oh yeah, Allende was a really bad leader. We shouldn't have trusted this guy to take care of this job. He did a terrible job at this. So even if the KGB isn't even blaming the CIA for everything.
Okay, the literacy rate went up, so obviously good. Socialism would have succeeded if only it had more time.
There is zero opportunity cost to educating people, guys. There's zero opportunity cost whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, cut and dry. Real wages fell by 53%. Allende was a total failure. I could get more into, like, the general concept that is it the US causing socialism to fail? I could talk for hours about this because this is one of my top topics, but I'll just give 3 examples real quick. Number one, Tanzania is socialist in the 60s, starting in the 60s under Julius Nyerere. They were supported by the US. The US was giving them money, like, no strings attached money. England was giving them money. They had more foreign aid per capita than any other nation in Africa, and people were just totally cool that he was a socialist. and he wrecked the economy. Thomas Sowell writes about this. There's a great video on YouTube by some guy, just a YouTuber I found very recently. I don't remember his name, but Thomas Sowell writes about that. Somalia, another great example. Socialists in the 60s. It ended up the entire state failed in the 90s. They committed a genocide, so on and so forth. The U.S. did not invade Somalia until after state failure, so they did not cause that. And then Burma, also in the 1960s, General Ne Win and the communists took over, completely wrecked the economy, and they had to go to capitalism to fix things. And again, you did not have a bunch of U.S. involvement because like they weren't very involved with the Soviets. The only time you actually have like legit U.S. involvement is when the socialist countries were closely involved with the Soviets and the Soviets were doing all this stuff. But in these three cases, also in the case of Afghanistan, the U.S. was just kind of cool with the socialists being there.
Have a military dictatorship that led the country instead of Hollande, who actually was having a lot of success in reducing the poverty rates before the U.S. interfered.
Is that even how you pronounce it? Hollande?
Yeah, that's the line. There it is. It is Allende. She's stupid.
It's not a good sign when you're talking.
She just really likes
how good Allende is. And and he's like, Hollande, he was so good because he had so much guacamole. He produced all this guacamole and put it into the tacos. It's like, okay, well that's not great. You want to be able to pronounce things right if you're going to be, hailing this as your.
I usually give. It's funny, but I usually prefer. I like it when people mispronounce words because it often means that they learned it by reading as opposed to a YouTube video or something. And so I'm kind of okay with it when I hear someone mispronounce a word. It doesn't get under my skin because they tend to be better, but this bitch is dumb.
Yeah.
I wanted to find her. I was looking all over the place because I want to ask her, where did you read this? Where did you read that he decreased poverty? You can just go to the Wikipedia page for Salvador Allende's presidency, and they have all this data on the wages and stuff. And there's papers about this. It's in books like by socialist economists, Alec Nove, Cameo Mesalago, Cuban economists. Like they're the main sources I've read on this. But like everybody says he was a complete failure. Like where the hell are you getting this information?
Well, it's a thing that I've noticed with the younger generation, with the prevalence of like the internet, throughout them growing up, and this isn't like just commies, right? This is everyone. You see with like Democracy, the God That Failed, with like pretend libertarians, right? Where they've never read the text. What they've read is like an interpretation of the text on Reddit or on like Marxist.org or something. And so most of these people are claiming to be well read and having read a lot of sources in literature, but all they've read is some other internet person that put together really good bullet points for them to memorize. And it's like the reason I bring up Democracy, the God That Failed is because you see it often. Like you talk with someone on Twitter and then they don't know that the main argument of Democracy, the God That Failed is that obviously anarchism is better. Right? Like they will genuinely tell you that you don't know what you're talking about, that Democracy, the God That Failed is actually proving that monarchy is the best system of government. It's like, where the fuck did you read that? Nobody thinks or believes that. And it's like, oh, you're pretending you read a book because you read a really long Reddit post about it from somebody that sounded like they knew what they were talking.
It's literally in the introduction.
When you have these...
Like Hoppe says in the introduction that
you don't know.
Literally in the introduction, like 20 pages in, something very early, Hoppe's like, this book should not be taken as an endorsement of monarchy. I'm merely saying anarchy is obviously better. I'm merely saying that monarchy is better than democracy because it tends to be closer to anarchy. Like he's very clear about what his thesis is, and
right. But you've met these people. Like I bring it up because we've all met these people. Like you've met these people on Twitter, and you're like, where the fuck are you getting this from? And they'll be like, I read the fucking book, and it's like, I know you didn't read the book because I actually read the book. And so I think that's where you get some of these things where it's like, nobody says that, but whatever fucking Reddit post she memorized or potentially probably read for her research, a day before this debate, when she was just looking for shit, she found some Reddit post or some fucking Marxist.org thing or summary of some argument somewhere. And, or used some AI summary of a book or text or something somewhere, and then wrote down those notes and memorized those talking points. That's where that's coming from.
A lot of people are getting the Allende thing from Second Thoughts video, and me and Zulu, we reacted to a guy who was giving the exact same talking points, identical talking points. And what's really funny,
Zulu and I, Jesus Christ, it's
Zulu
English.
and I, yeah, whatever. Nobody cares.
You can't have improper grammar while shitting on the pronunciation of a word, can you?
I can. I just do that shit. So they link the Wikipedia page that I mentioned where you can find all these sources, and they say, oh, here's the source for like how great he was. And then you read it and it says the exact opposite. So even then, even if theoretically, maybe she got this stuff from Second Thought, just pulled it out of thin air. His own source just says he's wrong, which, many such cases. We already went over that with the China thing.
Yep. But who's going to fact check him? And if they do fact check him, he's got an army of people that will then go into those person's Twitter posts or whatever and call him an idiot.
Oh,
so it doesn't matter.
Did you ever hear about the invisible blockade? Make the economy scream.
If it's the invincible blockade, why can I see it?
Invisible.
And so I think we look at other parts of Latin America, like Venezuela, for instance, and we see the same thing. We see that the U.S. has interfered several times. With Chavez in Venezuela, he was able to reduce the poverty reduction in half in the first decade of him being in office.
Hold on. Reduce the poverty reduction in half. So, slow.
This is very real.
Good point.
For real.
I agree with you.
And he was sabotaged.
Just a really quick point there. All you have to do is look at what happened long term in Venezuela. It's actually super easy to reduce poverty short term in a socialist country because all you do is raise the minimum wage and raise welfare very quickly, and then it's suddenly, things are gonna seem really nice for a bit before things start catching up to you. That's basically what happened in Venezuela. But also, it was a bit of a slow rolling out of the policies. And Chavez came in at a really good time. Right when he came in, oil prices hit an all-time high. And so they just got a ton of money. And so he was able to just throw money at things. But clearly, it did not work in the long term.
Well, yeah, just think about it, right? If I just come over and take over America, right? And I just go, we're going to tax all the billionaires and we're going to take their wealth. And then we're going to redistribute that wealth. Well, yeah, for a few years, the poverty rate is going to be phenomenal, right? For a few years, if I spend all their money building housing and then force people into housing, whatever, it's going to do great. But you're going to dry up all that money you stole. You're not going to get an increase of GDP and productivity. You're going to go into debt. You're going to inflate your currency because you decided to go money printer, go burr. Once you ran out of money to tax, and then you have a less productive economy and you've run out of all of this money and you've inflated the currency, and then the rooster comes home and and then all of a sudden things are fucked. But this idea that you have less than a decade of specific stats doing well is proof that socialism works. It's if I steal all of the money from everyone in America to fix the lead pipe problem in inner cities, we have no more lead pipe problem. And I can measure the success of my policy as not having a lead pipe problem. But what's the trade-off? What happened because of that?
Ultimately by the U.S. and by military dictatorship, so that the people that replaced them were actually.
So may I respond? It's a lot of different cases here. So thank you for that. So let's go China first. Okay, so when you say China was able to recover and because they use state-funded, nationalized systems. So in 1978,
I forgot you talked about China. We talked for so long.
It's so good though.
I forgot we had a whole thing on China for a second. Yeah.
the leader of China, went to Japan. He saw what was going on with Japan for 2 decades. Every year, their GDP was growing by 15%. The economy was doubling pretty much every 4 years. They go over there, they say, we got to find a way to compete with Japan. How do they have fewer people, but they're beating us? They sit down with their leaders after a few drinks. Eventually, they say, how did you fix your economy to be growing the way that it is? A capitalistic society that they had in Japan. They asked the question from Xiaoping, the Prime Minister Fukuda, asked the question, how many banks do you guys have in China? He says, we have one bank. He says, a nationalized bank? He says, yeah. That's it? Yeah. How many loan officers do you have? Not many. You want to compete with one bank? Yes. He says, if you want to compete with us or others, here's what you have to do. You need 5,000 banks with 35 branches, with 30 loan officers. That's a total of 5.25 million loan officers and a population of 600 million people that are living there. You do that every week. You take 10 applications with these loan officers for small business owners, and you allow the small business owner to compete. They did that. China started competing. By the way, in America in the 19...
This is a weird... I don't necessarily...
I have no idea if any of this is true.
I mean, I'll accept it as true for now. I mean, I would have to look it up.
Right.
But I mean, I presume he knows what he's talking about. It seems like a very specific example he's using. He's probably already knows about this. But it seems like just a very...
Probably his direct experience, to be honest.
It just feels very rhetorically weak to me to be like, oh, well, the capitalists, what we are saying is that you centrally plan, but instead of one, you have 5,000 and you have 25,000 loan officers. It's very rhetorically weak. You know, I don't... And it's all still, and you just dictate how many banks there. And like,
well, he's
no.
not a capitalist.
Yeah, I mean, it just, he's supposed to be a capitalist. It's one capitalist versus 20 anti-capitalists. This is not the strongest point you could say on China.
It's
right,
so
but he's not
easy
a capitalist.
It's so easy to point out like so many things, like I just did earlier, and he's taking that. I've never even heard anybody say this before. Like he mentions in one line. Yeah, make things easier for the entrepreneurs. Okay, cool. You could have said way more about that. Like he could have absolutely destroyed her argument here. Anyone with half a brain who knows anything about China could do it.
In the 20s, we had around 30,000 banks when we were really, competing in a marketplace. In the 80s, we ended up having around...
Like, what is this like? It's almost like the Big Mac index, but for banks. It's how many banks does a society have? That's how good the society is. Like... the fuck, this is, and it's accepting this kind of
I'm trying to think about it.
Like, really, what matters about the banking isn't how many banks you have, it's whether they're fractional reserve banks. Because if they're fractional reserve banks, then you get obviously the boom bust cycle. Austrians know this, because it's based on fraud. Wherever you have some sort of deviation from reality, where you're just making up fiat things, it's going to bite you in the ass, because reality is reality is real. It's you can't just ignore reality and have it work out for you, and that's that's why the business cycle happens.
Right. Let's take off our ANCAP hats for a moment, right, and become people that are less concerned with fiat currency and less concerned with fractional reserve banking. I think the argument that he's trying to make is that and I think it's a very Keynesian argument, right? Which is, if there is there is a correlation between economic productivity and the profit that is to be made from investment at a low end, right? That competition in a marketplace is good, and that when you have, and that banking is, the amount of banks and the amount of loan officers is a metric of which we can see that productivity showcased in a relatively, we'll say, free market. And I think he's trying to make this argument of when a country has a whole bunch more loan officers and a whole bunch more money down at the bottom end that is being loaned out towards productive means, then you get more competition in the market and you get an uplifting of other economic metrics. I think that's his argument that he's talking about. I think it's just we have to, as an actual capitalist, that argument doesn't make sense, right? But if I take it from his mixed market kind of Republican side, I think I get what he's trying to say.
I mean, yeah, if you accept contradictions like mixed markets, then anything goes, I suppose.
Well, yeah. Okay. Congratulations. You described 99% of people that say they like capitalism in America.
Right, which is
it's Jubilee video. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean, like,
that's
it's
why
the problem.
this guy is not the best archetype to use of the capitalist. Like this, he doesn't seem to really. I mean, I suppose this is just the kind of reality TV entertainment model of video.
Yes,
but I would really like to see an actual debate. You know, somebody who's really, really good at debating get on this format with 20 other people who are really, really good at debating, and it's like constantly like that would be so interesting. It would be constantly on your toes.
Everybody
like,
send a letter to Jubilee. Tell them to bring PraxBen on to debate the communists.
That would be dope.
God.
If we had PraxBen on,
well, they won't
and
do
like some really highly educated socialists, and like, you know, it's just constantly on your toes, constantly like, you know, it would be so much more exciting, I feel like.
I think the problem is if they tried to do that with 20 highly educated socialists, I don't know if they could find 20 highly educated socialists to sit around
That's
PraxBen.
not true. We could literally go to any fucking university and find 20 highly educated socialists.
Well, I mean,
now, whether or not they're smart enough to debate PraxBen is different.
Or just go to the Libertarian Party conference and go up to Michael Rechtenwald and say, Michael Rechtenwald, we need you for this video. We need a highly educated socialist. And Michael Rechtenwald can say, don't worry, I was a career socialist. I can be your socialist. And we can have Michael Rechtenwald on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but it's entertainment slop, right? I mean, that is just kind of the name of the game, and it just, that is what it is. I think Jubilee also doesn't want someone that's too strong, because ideologically they're leftists, right? So I mean, they brought on PBD and these other people because it is a low resolution model, because it's entertaining, because he has clout, because it gets views, because it fosters, you know, communication, and then they can go and they can have, you know, and they can always have like this cop out that like, well, they didn't have the right socialists on there, so all the other socialists can do reaction videos, right? And then they can and right, like, so I just, it's just the medium. I don't know what to tell you, man. Maybe I'm too black-pilled, but it's just like all of this is controlled opposition, right? Like PBD is controlled opposition, and he doesn't even know it because he's got too much of an ego to realize it, that he's a fucking patsy, because they're not going to bring on somebody that's super brilliant. They're going to bring on someone that's an evil caricature of the Republican, you know, mindset that is, you know, somewhat competent, but not so competent that like leftist reactors and things like that can't destroy his arguments.
Mm-hmm.
14,000. Today we only have 4,100 banks in America. That concept of allowing just one bank to compete, it's not going to work. China takes on the idea from Japan.
If I can interrupt you, I mean, I think that
they start growing with certain capitalistic philosophies.
I think you're thinking about this in very capitalist terms, which makes sense. You're a capitalist, but
because it works. That's the idea. Because it's produced the results.
About these scenarios in a situation where market mechanisms are in place, and this is the problem that I have with so many capitalists: is they can't exit their worldview and try to see a world where socialism could be in place, because they don't understand the untapped potential of socialism. And I'm a democratic socialist. I think that we need to build forward to the.
But hold on, her thing about China was that China is an example of communism succeeding, which she then contradicted, of course, as Ben pointed out, by saying that communism has never had the chance to succeed.
Example of communism succeeding. Yeah.
But then she's saying like, Patrick Bet David is saying, well, it only succeeded to the extent that it was operating under capitalism. Obviously, his like kind of warped idea of what capitalism means, where it's more banks means more capitalism. But like, she's not actually responding to the point. Then she's just saying, like, well, you're only thinking in terms of markets. It's like, okay, but you brought up China as an example of socialist success, and I'm saying that no, that was actually a capitalist success.
No, what we saw was the get out of jail free card that socialists always have in their back pocket, which is just as, oh, well, you're just thinking in capitalist terms. Like, you're not, you know, if you make an intelligent point about, you know, how markets allocate resources efficiently, like I've run into this heaps of times debating socialists, they'll just say, oh, well, you're thinking in terms of efficiency and like these bad things. These are all capitalist terms. You just, if only you could think in socialist terms, then you would understand the socialism, and you'd understand why socialism is better. That's always the get out of jail free card they have in their back pocket, that you're just not thinking in the right terms to understand why socialism is good.
I mean, it's the polylogism.
Yeah, because I started noticing this more after Hassan Piker did his stream reacting to my content, because I had this one video I was just going over all of these empirical studies on worker co-ops, and I was pointing out, okay, look, the Austrians would say like this and this. They'd point out like low time preference, and they would come low and high time preference, and they would come to conclusions like workers would make a lot less long-term investments and all sorts of things like this. And now let's talk about these empirical studies you guys keep citing. Let's show some counter studies. And I was citing this one paper that showed the more labor had decisions over a business, or more say over a business, the less long-term investments there were, the lower incomes people had, the less jobs they created. And I went on. And Hassan Piker's reaction to that is like, oh, you're citing capitalist metrics. It's like, what the hell else am I supposed to cite? Like, what's your secret special socialist metric that I've never seen before? Like, you guys are saying we want people to have higher incomes. Okay, here's higher incomes. You're saying we want more people to have jobs who don't have jobs. Okay, here's the jobs numbers. Like, what else do you want me to do? Right? Like, happiness. I mean, I hate citing happiness just because that's something that's so meaningless. Like, you ask 20 different people, oh, how happy are you? Yeah, I mean, obviously I want people to be happy, but like, as far as this stuff empirically, it's like it's just so useless, and people have been pointing this out for years.
Okay, but I mean, like we still do have GSLS, right, which is General Satisfaction with Life Survey, and you can talk about happiness all you want, but the best metric that we have for it in psychology is still the data's on our side, right? Let's not even talk about, I mean, the data shows over and over again that those people are going to be happier under capitalism. They're going to be happier under, and I hate this metric, because, and this is where, you and I are going to disagree, but it's fine. We'll move on. Right. But, religion is makes GSLS go up. So even if they want to go to happiness, the data is still going to be on our side. It's this amorphous, ever moving goalpost shift of real socialism has never been tried. I mean, I hate to say the term, but it's just like the phrase, but we see it over and over again. It's like it's just become boring to say at this point.
Mm.
Towards that with reforms, and I think we need to work with the government. I don't think that we should abandon the state. I also don't think that we should give state elites the complete control over society. I do think that we should.
So yeah, see how great it would be if they had an anarcho-capitalist sitting across the table from her there, where she says, I don't think we should abandon the state. And then the anarcho-capitalist can show, based on the question, that like, hey, well, actually the state is actively impoverishing people. If you had like Hans Hoppe there, he could say like, well, actually, the state enacts decivilization. That's what it's doing. Because it's taking away from people who are producing and giving to people who aren't producing. That's the only way you can get taxable assets. So you tend to get less production, so you get higher time preference. That would be so much more interesting than like, who was your socialist professor who told you this? It's like,
who's your socialist professor that told you this?
Yeah, shut up. I don't care.
Well, it's just like she uses all of the capitalist market metrics, in bullshit studies and data, to prove her case in point. And then when you refute those things, it goes, well, why are you looking at all these capitalist metrics? Mm-hmm. This is the mind that believes in contradictions. That's it. Yeah. It's just magic words and magic arguments and retorts that are pre-canned. It's just subversion, in the hopes of vibing out a win. It's all vibes. Mm.
Work with the state to instill these reforms and then eventually erode capitalism.
But unfortunately, socialism has had hundreds of years
in terms of
to produce results, and it hasn't worked. Do you know why it doesn't work, though?
It's been sabotaged.
It's been sabotaged, or it's because it forces...
Oh, there we go. Okay, we're getting to the sabotage point. Hopefully they go over, what is it?
It's so funny how predictable these people are. Like, we've
gone over all this. Yeah.
On all levels, this just doesn't work because... like, even assuming they're right, which they're not, as I said, these descriptions, if you actually look at history, be objective about it, look at the KGB sources as well, look at all sides, look at what actually happened and not their made up fantasies. Even assuming they're right, it's like, okay, so my proposal is I want to make a system that's so unstable and awful that everyone else wants to overthrow it, and it's going to fail. It's going to be overthrown every single time. Like that, a system that's going to fail every single time, even if it is because other people are causing it to fail, like that is an anti-human system. That is a system that goes contrary to everything we should want to achieve. You know, like that's, if it's, oh, my system is going to fail, all of our people are going to starve to death, but it's because somebody else made us starve to death. Okay, your system's weak. It can't handle external pressure. If your system can't handle any external pressure, then like what's even the point in advocating for it?
It's like, you know, if it really was the case that all these, like, you know, tariff measures, like trying to cut off trade with a certain country, if that really did kill a country, well, let's imagine like there was like this if Cuba went fully capitalist and they had all the same measures against them, like they would be flourishing. Countries would be like, do we really want to cut off trade with these people? Like, we can get so much cheaper goods from this country because they would be so fucking productive. Like, capitalists don't need, a capitalist country wouldn't need to have this trade. Obviously, it would be better with the trade because that's just more capitalism, but it wouldn't require it necessarily. Like, whenever you see like some great success, like Singapore or whatever, it's to the extent that they're capitalists that they're successful. Like, and this is why I was really disappointed in the UK after Brexit happened.
Just
like
China.
we could have fully deregulated, and we would be unbelievably wealthy at the moment.
Well, it's like China, right? Like, it's like, well, what are the successes of China? Market reforms in the 1970s and their lack of IP. Okay, so the capitalist portions are what made them do well. Duh. That's our argument, right? But that doesn't count because you're thinking in markets or whatever, or some dumb shit. But it reminds me of Dave Chappelle had a bit. I know this is kind of weird, but he had a bit about the Me Too movement in comedy. And he talks about like some of these female comedians that Louis C.K. jerked off in front of after he asked them for permission, but he like jerked off into a plant near him and shit. And he was like, and it ruined my comedy career. And he's like, I don't know what to tell you. That's a brittle spirit. If that was all it took to break you, did you really want it that bad? And I know it's kind of dark and kind of funny, but it's the same thing with the comedy. Like if all it takes is the US saying we won't trade with you, or a couple of CIA operatives working in one little business sector somewhere, and like, oh, that sabotages the entire country system. Was the USSR not trying to sabotage the US? Did the USSR not engage in denazification and do everything they could to make all of Europe socialist? Is China's fucking attacks on our energy grid, or trying to take, you know, information out of universities, or trying to drop, seeds, that they come over, like we're under attack too. Okay. Like it's not like socialist countries are the only ones being attacked and yours fail every time. I don't know. Maybe you got it. Maybe your country, maybe your ideology has a quote unquote brittle spirit. Maybe it doesn't really fucking, maybe it's not really that good if that's all it takes to destabilize it.
Socialists kill other socialists a lot too. Like the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, killed Hafizullah Amin, the president of Afghanistan, who was a communist and loved the Soviet Union. Ethiopia and Somalia, they fought a war against each other. And Cuba actually got involved in that. They sent troops to Ethiopia to fight against Somalia. Cuba's doing foreign intervention. It's okay when they do it.
There's an ice
Cambodia, Vietnam
that can point to that as well.
And they do it within their own state, right? I mean, like Stalin, driving out the Trotskyites and the Workers' Party and the Doctors' Plot, using the Doctors' Plot to go after competitors. It's not like you're safe in the country from being the wrong type of socialist.
Yeah, honestly, this actually links to something I was thinking about.
Look at Catalonia,
This links to something I was thinking about the other day, just on like the topic of purging the Trotskyists. This is kind of like a tangent. But like, the other day, what was his name? Graham Lynham. He was arrested for like speech crimes in the UK. Obviously, I don't.
The creator of the show, the IT for the Americans, the IT crowd.
Yeah, IT
or
crowd.
Whatever. That great British show.
And like, I don't really comment on these things a whole lot because I'm not interested in counter signaling people who are arrested for speech crimes. But like, I basically have zero sympathy for these people, because these people, you know, my memory, I've got this superpower in politics, which is that I have the power of memory. So I can remember that these people were all feminists. Like, they were fighting for the exact same thing. They were fighting for all these speech controls. Like, Graham Linehan, he was celebrating when Count Dankula was getting arrested for teaching his dog how to salute, right? These people were all fighting for these speech controls.
Yeah, that's the Jews.
They were fighting for these things. But so fundamentally, what we've got is we've got two different sects of Marxists who were fighting for control, and fundamentally the TERFs, they lost that fight, and now they're trying to be all like, oh no, we need free speech and all that. It's like, I have so little sympathy for that. I have equally little sympathy for Trotskyists who get purged from the now Stalinist party. It's like, oh, fuck you. I'm
not saying sympathy.
You built this. Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that.
It's you see this with the TERFs, exactly as you said, right? It's like, I'm supposed to fucking feel bad for, oh God, why can't I think of her name? The lady that wrote Harry Potter.
J.K. Rowling.
J.K. Rowling.
J.K. Rowling, yeah. I don't know why I couldn't think of her name, but whatever. You know, like, I'm supposed to feel bad for J.K. Rowling. Meanwhile, it's like, you celebrated turning Dumbledore gay, and like you constantly, like you fed these people until these people wanted dudes in bathrooms, and all of a sudden it was a bridge too far. And it's like, queer theory is a subsection of feminist theory. Like it's like fucking Democrats that I left the left, you know, or I didn't leave the left left me. I'm just a 1990s Democrat. And I'm like, so you want to recreate the system that created where we are today? Like, are you retarded? Like you and your power block were just happy enough being the primary receivers of welfare as women and having speech controls against men. And you were like, what did J.K. Rowling have to say about fucking Gamergate? Not a goddamn thing, when people were fighting for free speech and corruption in games journalism and all of these things that led to the memes that like got Trump elected and shit like that. You were fucking silent, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, but the queer theorists went too far. It's like there's no accountability or inward reflection of how your philosophy led to where we are today.
Yeah, I never thought the leopards would eat my face, says person who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. Like, it is, I don't care about these people. Like,
people to do something they don't want to do.
Does capitalism not do the same?
No, capitalism
There's 7 million people in this country who have to work multiple jobs just to get by.
I have to work multiple jobs.
They're forced to do that because either they do that or they starve. So if the options are to work or to starve, that's not freedom, that's economic coercion.
Respectfully, if you do that for a period of your life, I understand it. If you're doing that for 30 years, you're doing something wrong. You shouldn't be working multiple jobs for the rest of your life.
So first of all, I'm not going to argue with this moral argument. I think that people who live in poverty, especially when we look at how many people live in poverty in this country, and also it depends on how you define the poverty line, but there's 40 million Americans below the poverty line in this country. There's 3 guys in this country that own 40% of the wealth.
Yeah, this goes back to what I was saying just before, where suddenly the poverty line shifts from being $6 when you're in fucking China to being $6. $6.85. Sorry, guys. And then all of a sudden it shifts all the way up to, unless you can afford a single family home for 3 kids on 1 income, then you're below the poverty line or some shit like that. Like, they completely just shift the goalposts as soon as you're talking about America versus like China.
Yeah, I mean, I have been to the prosperous land known as America. I've been there a few times now, and you know, I can say there's such a huge contrast. Like, America is so much wealthier. You know, there are obviously bad points about America, but it is just so much wealthier than anywhere else, right? You know, in Europe, good luck finding a fucking HVAC system anywhere, right? That's you're not gonna unless it's like a hotel and like a modern building or something. But in America, every building has that. Every fucking building, like it is expected.
I saw Ben, you were debating, or not debating, but like arguing with people about West Virginia and how, you know, people were saying that, you know, so there was like some post on X where someone said like there's no poor like white majority countries. And then someone said West Virginia, which first of all, West Virginia is a state, not a country, but like West Virginia has a higher GDP per capita than pretty much every country in Europe, like Britain, Sweden, all these countries that people love, like the Nordic model. West Virginia has a higher GDP per capita. I know GDP is not a perfect metric, but like West Virginia is not poor by any international standard. It may be poor relative to California or New York, but it's not poor on a global scale.
I need to point something out about, because this happens especially in America, so maybe you guys are less keyed in on this, but we see this all the time where it's like we look at like GDP based on states, right? And people will like bring up Louisiana and like they'll bring up Mississippi and Arkansas and places that do have a lot of poverty compared to other states. And one of the things that this is just a thing I have to bring up because it irks the fuck out of me, is they'll use GDP to prove that like California is so successful and all these things. And the way that is measured is they're not measuring the actual productivity. They're measuring like based off of like taxes and income reports. And yeah, it's all in major metropolitan areas because corporations, for different tax reasons or for ease of business use, will have their corporate office in LA or New York or, you know, in Austin, right? Like British Petroleum has its corporate office in Dallas. So all of the GDP of British Petroleum, right? Like BP, right? Sunoco, you know, that is American, is measured as GDP in Dallas, and none of the oil rigs off of the coast are being measured as GDP. It's like it's a completely fucked metric when we try and individuate based off of states and compare states versus comparing countries, because it kind of makes sense when it's a country because that, you know, that GDP is, you know, productivity of that country. But when you're just measuring where the corporate office is housed, then what you get is all of the GDP is in like left-wing places and in cities, when it's not actually measuring the real productivity that's occurring.
Yeah, because fundamentally, like the corporate office of BP, that isn't like producing all of the productive output of BP. It's, you know,
right, exactly. It's only produced. That's just where it's taxed. That's where it's paying, and so that's where it's measured.
I think it's generally good policy to not bring up GDP unless someone else does it first. Like when people go, "Oh, China has a higher GDP than the US," I'll say, "Okay, well, their per capita GDP is on the same level of Turkmenistan. That's not really impressive." But I mean, GDP is generally a good proxy. Like all these other metrics generally align up to it fairly well, but still, like just relying on GDP, there's so many issues. I mean, Austrian.
I agree. I'm just saying it's worse when people start trying to do it based off of like individual areas and states, as opposed to doing it by the country, but just because of the geographics of how it's measured, that it's like a horrible argument.
In a country that is
You really want to go there? You want to go there? Okay, so let's talk about it. So when we talk about the rich people at the top, okay, and you say, well, the rich don't pay enough taxes. Do you know what the bottom 50% of the taxpayers in America pay towards the revenue that the government gets in taxes? Do you know what the bottom 50% pays?
Tell me.
2% of taxes. You know what the top 1% pays?
There's been several years.
Do you know what the top 1%?
They've been nothing.
No, hang on a second. This is from the IRS. I'm not writing a blog from Huffington Post. This is not Daily Beast. I'm telling you the story. The top 1% pays 42%.
I'll say this: the top 1% is about to pay a lot less in taxes because of.
I mean, this is like,
I love how they use a fact check from like a different year from where he obviously pulled to make it 40%. So they're like, fact check, he's wrong. And it's probably like, he probably pulled it from like 2020 or 2023 or 2024. I just think that's funny that like they were like not 42%, actually 40%. Fact check. And it's like, I guarantee you, if you look where he got that from, it's just a different year in the last couple of years. And why are they using 2022?
yeah, it's just like, this is kind of, you know, normie capitalists like Mr. Bet David, strange name. They can get an easy win on this point, because it's like, okay, well, what is the fair share? You know, like the top 1% are overwhelmingly responsible for paying taxes. Like it isn't close. If you have no income, if you're in a lot of debt, then you're really not paying any taxes at all. Like virtually in every country, they have a progressive tax system. So the poorest of the poor, they in fact take out a whole bunch in like welfare and everything. Like they basically have like a negative
it's marginal
tax.
propensity to consume.
Like so,
like the bottom quintile's marginal propensity to consume is over 1. It's over a value of 1. They're consuming more than their income.
So it's like, and like, you know, you can then
where's that coming from?
You can then take this further to like an actual ethical argument, and it's like, okay, well, why is fairness? Why would that even be a metric in law, right? The question is whether the government has the right to take this money. Why would it matter whether it's fair? First of all, if it's fair, then it'd be everybody has the same amount taken from them. Surely that would surely be the fair thing. Right. I don't know why it's fair to have richer people being punished for being rich. But even beyond that, like, why does fairness matter? Like, if I was a serial killer and I only ever killed, white men, right? That's unfair. That's unfair of me to only ever kill white men. So to be fair, I should also start killing black people. I should also start killing women. And I should also start killing Asian, and more people die. Like, that's fair. I'm a better
you have
person.
an over-representation of killing black people, though, right? You got to make sure it's right at 13%.
Yeah. I gotta really dial in the exact numbers of people I kill. So I'm basically killing more people to make, because I really want to kill. I only really want to kill white men, but I've got to kill more of the other races, and I need to kill more women in order to make it fair, because fairness really matters in law. Like, this is
LiquidZulu has really changed. He uses serial killer instead of a serial rapist analogy. Like, this is growth, boys. Yeah, well, it's like, and here's the other thing too, is like, even if we stay out of the ANCAP domain and like the deontological domain, right? And we accept this consequentialist concept of fair, is like, who do you think suffer? Like, if we just do a consequential analysis, like, one of the things that's talk about, right? It's like, we talk about wages and taxes on wages. And in America, for example, you pay 7.1% of you, roughly 7.1. We'll just leave it at that. Roughly 7.1 of your percent of your paycheck goes to Social Security and Medicare, right? Now, payroll taxes are paid by the wealthy capitalist here, which is they have to match that. So if I pay you, let's say $30 an hour, well, you have to pay 7.1% to Social Security and Medicare, but I have to also pay, let's say $20 an hour, just to make it easy, right? I, as the employer, also have to match that. So I have to pay the federal government 7.1% of your paycheck. And so you're not just being robbed of, $14.20, $1.40. You're actually being robbed of $3. You just don't see the other $1.50 that the employer is paying. And so it's like, even when we talk about paying the taxes, well, the wealthy capitalist is paying the tax, but that's some of those taxes would have not even trickle down economics, literally would just go into your paycheck, like immediately. Like, we don't even have to make a, oh, well, if I had more money to invest, then I'd have more growth. And if I had more growth, then wages would be higher. We don't have to do this like long calculation. We can just say, literally, if we abolish Social Security, Medicare, and payroll taxes associated with them, then you would just make if you're making $20 an hour, you would make $3 more an hour immediately. And right now, the wealthy bourgeoisie is paying that, which is keeping them from investing, keeping them from hiring new employers, keeping wages down, and on top of that, taking money out of your wages.
I mean, Scott, like Mr. Trump, peace be upon him, he told me that China would be paying for the tariffs. Is that untrue?
Yeah, right. I mean, we're all paying. China pays for the tariffs. They do. So do we. I hate this. I hate this like concept that so many people go is like, like the left has suddenly discovered how taxes work, which is magical because it's tariffs and it's Trump. Right. But it's like, no, the person buying imported goods is paying, but so is China. China's paying with the fact that, there's less goods being bought because there's less money to buy said goods. You know what I mean? Their rate of profit is going down. So then they have to increase price in order, you know what I mean? Like everybody is paying.
This is the one topic where I have to give credit to the current Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, because when he was asked, when like the whole tariff thing was going down, he was asked like, "Oh, are you going to put in retaliatory tariffs?" And he basically said no, because he thinks it's stupid. And it's like, oh, well, genius, like a Labor politician suddenly figured out economics, right? But it's like, yeah, the like retaliatory tariffs are basically, oh, America's shooting themselves in the foot. We better fucking shoot ourselves in the foot too to, to keep up with them. If like they're going to leave us in the dust if they keep shooting themselves in the foot and we don't start shooting ourselves in the foot. So better hurry up.
It's literally that comic where it's
Australia
like the two people
right?
on like
they steal money from us via tariffs.
It's like that comic where two people on the rowing boat and somebody shoots the rowing boat. It's like, now there's a hole in the rowing boat, and the other person shoots a hole in the rowing boat. It's like, well, now I put a hole in the rowing boat, and it's like, guys, let's how about none of us put a fucking hole in this boat?
The provision that just went.
One sec. So I do have to admit, I do have to say something here to give Australia a little bit of shit. Australia is already tariffing us. They just don't call it a tariff. This is one of the things about tariffs that really pissed me off, is that what Australia, Japan, UK, most of Europe, a lot of countries do is they have like in Australia, you have the GST, right?
Yep.
And, or other countries have the VAT, the value added tax. Australia has the goods and services tax, but Australia also has import duties, and so they have a 5% customs import duty. And not only do you have a 5% customs import duty, that is considered valuation of the product. So if I come in and bring something that is $1,000, right, then it gets a 5% custom duty, right? So now it's $1,050. And then the GST is going to tax it not at the $1,000, but tax it 10% at the $1,050. And then they go, well, this isn't actually a tariff. This is just an import duty and a value added tax. And it's like, I get what he's saying. And it's like good not to increase the tariffs, but also kindly go fuck yourself, because you have tariffs by another name on imports. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
Yeah, like every I just showed on stream, I've got a pack of cigarettes here. Every pack of cigarettes in the UK says UK duty paid. I say, yeah, we've got duty and everything. And, whenever I'm in an airport, I'm always sure to, like, go to the duty free and go, like, wow, they've got, like, way better alcohol here for, like, half the price. And it's very, there's this great song by the Chats. I believe they're an Australian band, in fact, where it's called The Price of Smokes, where it just over and over and over again, they're talking about the price of smokes has gone up again, blah, 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 blah. All those bastards in Parliament should be hung from their neck. So basically, like, it's a recognition.
YouTube.
It's a recognition that, like, it's just the government saying, no, we're going to make this more expensive now. It's price control. It's terrible. And, like, it really does reduce your quality of living. I won't say that. I was going to say a way you can get around this, but I won't, because I don't want to be arrested. But there are ways you can get around this.
Yeah, I just want to point out at this point in the stream that to YouTube, mark this point. If we do get a copyright claim, this is the most fair use stream that may have ever existed, because we've watched like a grand total of like 7 minutes of this in like 2.5 hours. This is overwhelmingly our content.
Oh my god, I got to tell you about this before I press play. When I first started doing these reaction streams, somebody honestly came into my comments and they were like, "Oh my god, this is so disingenuous what you're doing." Pardon me. What you need to do is you need to play their entire video from start to finish without saying anything, and then you go back and you start commenting. It's like, I would be sued so fucking fast. Like, what are you talking about? That is about the worst style of react. You wanted me just sitting in the corner doing nothing for the whole fucking video? Like, just, you can watch the video yourself. You can go to this video yourself and watch it.
Go fuck Zulu while they play the video. Just sit in the little chair in the corner and
you gotta do what the YouTube Shorts people do, right? And create an incredibly small camera that is hidden by text somewhere, and then you realize only then that it's not actually the person who originally produced the content. It's some reactor in the biggest air quotes of all time, because they're just like in the corner somewhere staring at a screen. And by the way, that's the exact same video clip that they use on all their other quote unquote reactions.
End up paying even more revenue to the government.
Beautiful bill.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. That's fast.
Okay, what was this? Hold on, I just gotta rewind a little bit here. What was this?
First of all, that guy has the slowest reaction time in human history. Like the guy in the black top, like that guy, that chick in the overalls walked around the whole fucking jet. He had to go through to them, and he still didn't get there.
Like, I want to just point out that guy was about to...
This is all fake, by the way. Like, I know a lot of people have been on Jubilee. This part's all fake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they just tell you who's going up next, do they?
Yeah, everybody, just about everybody goes up, and then they'll film this like on the side, like them getting up there.
Okay.
So that's why his reaction time's so slow.
Because this guy in the black was definitely going to hit that chair first, but he just stops. He just stops, and he goes back.
Well, yeah, you're supposed to. It's all for show.
Because
like some of the people are pre-selected to not get to go.
Because I was going to say earlier, like the people who are sitting behind Patrick Bet David, they're going to be super fucking pissed off because there's no way they're getting to that chair before somebody who's sitting right next to that fucking chair. But yeah, I suppose if it's all staged, then okay.
I just want someone really passionate to like run and trip and just eat shit face first on the concrete.
Blood splattering everywhere.
That would be good. And then just blood everywhere, and then just go, no, fuck you. Give me a tissue to stuff my nose. I'm doing this debate.
Or do the old like chair pull, like someone goes to sit down and then the guy, like the other guy, just pulls the chair out so they just fall on their ass.
Yeah, I want real blood sports. I want someone to be bleeding for this. Okay.
I want to see real debaters in here, like really good debaters, and I want them to be allowed to have some sort of like fight. If two people get to the chair at the same time, I want them to be able to fight to see who gets it.
Hi.
I'm Anne.
Anne, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I do want to address part of the claim about poverty, but I also want to address what you brought up about like paying taxes. You said the top 1% pays a large amount of taxes. The problem is that the bottom 2 quintiles can't pay taxes because they quite literally have no wealth. Do you understand that? Like the bottom quintile of the United States doesn't have any wealth. In fact, they're in debt, so they have literally like negative wealth.
Why do you think that is?
I think that's for a lot of reasons. I think that's because workers have been exploited. I think that they haven't had the opportunity to gain social mobility.
Why do you think that is?
Because of exploitation.
You think they're being exploited?
Yes.
Oh, so people are being forced to work at companies. They don't have a choice.
I didn't say that they were forced.
So people
well,
are being...
they are being forced. If the other option is starve or die.
What job do you have right now? What do you do for a living?
I do work from home stuff. I don't want to disclose that.
So you chose to do that, right? That's your choice. Great.
By the way, she's a content creator. So this I don't want to disclose that.
From home.
She lives off of being a fucking content creator talking about socialism. I know.
I mean, me too. Let's not talk too much shit. Like, 3 out of 4 of us here,
Hey, I do hot airplane repair. Okay, that's my job.
She's just like, I work from home.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I'm the only person that dodged that bullet from PraxBen. I do this for the love of the game. But no.
So you're saying you intrinsically value this?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not possible under capitalism. Okay, like you're forced to work or die. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Love of the game?
Well,
you're not being paid. You're being exploited by me right now. I've made $37.97 in chat revenue, and you're not going to see a penny of it. All right.
But yeah, well, on that point of like work or starve, like that's a good point to bring up against ANCAPs, because we have to actually argue why if you don't do any work, then yeah, too bad. if it's someone like Patrick Bet-David or a classical liberal or literally anyone else that is pro-capitalism but not an ANCAP, then they can just appeal to, I think there should be a minimal welfare state where people have their basic needs provided for. And then that's the end of that. That's the end of that topic. Like, we do have to address why it's actually correct. I'm not saying it's a good argument from them. I'm just saying, like, look, we have to explain why it's fine. Hey, if you don't want to work or be productive whatsoever, then, no one wants to be charitable voluntarily, then sorry, buddy. But Patrick Bet-David doesn't need to do that, and no social democrat or classical liberal needs to do that. So it's not a good argument to bring up generally in these debates.
What's crazy is that they view capitalism in the Marxian sense, right? Which is any level of property rights, any level of a market economy that is based upon property rights is capitalism. Even if those property rights are contradictory and infringed upon by the state, it's all capitalism, right? And so from their point of view, what's hilarious is that the only economic system where you don't have to work and you don't starve is neoliberalism. Every time communism comes together, you're forced to work or starve. It's only the neoliberals that they hate so much that actually believe that it's okay to not work and to not be forced to starve. It's the minimal welfare state people that are, presumably the evil capitalists that are like the ANCAPs believe, yes, work or starve. The communists also believe work or starve. And so I just find it so funny because their retort is literally like the exact opposite of reality. Their retort is, you don't believe in work or starve, and we do, and therefore you believe in work or starve. Like it's the most contradictory nonsense argument one could have, because the only people that believe that is people like Patrick Bet-David.
Mm-hmm. Looks for as a barista, it's their choice. If somebody has a job that they're working, it's their choice. If somebody is not utilizing their time properly and accordingly, of course the market.
Choice how? Do you think that, like, they brought up single mothers earlier? Do you think that single mothers are sitting around playing Fortnite 15 hours a day?
I don't understand. Like,
some of them.
First of all, like, is she even responding to the argument he made, which is that capitalism has lifted more people out of poverty than any other system? Like, and what is she even saying with respect to that? Like, I don't understand. Like, I guess I'm just too much of a fucking autistic debate guy or something. But like, none of these people are actually.
It exploits. Therefore, it doesn't do that, right? If only we had a better system, then that better system would lift more people out of poverty. The thing is that, like, you and I are interested in the prescriptive claim itself, right? Or the descriptive claim, right? The argument is descriptive. Is it true or is it not true that historically capitalism has lifted more people out of poverty than any other system? The socialists, the contradiction loving Marxists is not engaged in descriptive reality. It is the female equivalent of politics. It doesn't matter what reality is. It matters what I desire and what I believe, and my beliefs change the world itself, right? It's that Hegelianism that you were talking about earlier. So in their mind, they don't have to deal with the descriptive claim because the descriptive claim is irrelevant and changed by feelings and opinion. The feeling is if we had a better system, it would be better than capitalism. So I don't need to deal with this descriptive claim because truth in that regard doesn't actually matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just, and I would really like for Bet-David here, again, very weird name. I'd like him to be able to call this out, but he doesn't seem to be able to call this out. It's like, well, no, this is my claim. What is your response to my claim? Stick to the claim.
I think he's also used to doing a podcast where he has control over conversation and he's interested in a conversation. And it's more about like interviewing the guest than it is about a debate. Like PDB doesn't have a lot of like actual debate experience. He has a lot of conversational experience, right? But he's not thinking of this like a debate. He's thinking of this like his podcast, I think.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I very much want to see more debate literacy in the world, because I think it's very powerful when you understand, like, well, there's actually an objective metric for whether someone won a debate or not. It's not just they got more votes or they got more cheers or they got more claps. That is the debate equivalent of clapter, where a comedian does very well if they get claps instead of laughs. It's like, no, there's an objective metric here.
On that
debate with Azaldine, I asked his fanboys, I'm like, wait, so how did he win? Could you explain like which argument he won on? And they're like, well, look at the votes. I'm like, yeah, okay. So his people that support him voted for him. All right, cool. How did he win though? Like, what specific argument do you think I was wrong on? He was right, and why do you think he was right? How do you think he refuted my point? And they can't explain that. They never can.
Yeah, that's why I want the like Soho debate forum method nuked into the fucking sun. Like,
yeah.
I don't give a shit because first of all, it's so easily manipulated, right? Like I can just rock up, when Zulu and Dave Smith do a debate on the Soho forum, I'll probably rock up and vote for Dave Smith at the start and then vote for Zulu at the end.
Yeah.
I've just completely abused the system. That's not at all a fair representation of how the debate actually went. So get rid of it.
Open border, more proof that open border libertarians are horrible people. You just want to cheat everything, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I mean, everyone understands that this is that's how you rig those systems. Like, if you really want someone to win based on the vote, like you literally do, you vote for the other person first, and then you vote for the person you want to win next. Like, you don't care about the actual debate, and it's like that's why I hate voting. Like, just have the same thing. Just have the exact same format of the Soho forum. Just get rid of the fucking voting. Like, who cares about the fucking vote? It doesn't matter.
Manipulated on what happened.
Is that a yes or no?
Single mothers were manipulated by what Lyndon Johnson came out with. They changed the benefits on giving single mothers the incentive to have kids on all the welfare program. That changed our system in a major way. The feminist movement got single mothers to believe they don't need men and they're going to do everything by themselves and they don't need a man to help them out. This division that's happened between us caused many people to be in the situation that they're
most
at.
households are 50-50. They're closer to 50-50 today, so that has nothing to do with feminism.
Not necessarily.
Okay, well, she's taking this into a completely different direction. He's talking about how the welfare system actually lowers the opportunity cost. He's not saying in these terms, but this is what he's talking about, is that the welfare system, it lowers the opportunity cost of being a single mother because you get all these massive welfare benefits. And she's saying, well, most households are 50-50. Well, then you're talking about a completely different thing because you're talking about a household. You're not talking about single mothers anymore, first of all, right? And then you're talking about well, most people, they want a 50-50 split in the responsibilities and stuff. That's a completely different thing. He wasn't even talking about that. And she just has this talking point that she brings it to it. It's very disingenuous. I hate this.
Yeah, I this is off topic, but I don't know that I can let it go because this has kind of been the thing I've been pushing for a while now, which is our entire understanding of gender roles and behavior around welfare is just shrouded in so much darkness. I don't want to get too hard into it, but I know some of you've probably read it, but you the audience, please read From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State, Fraternal Services and Social Services, 1890 to 1967, by David T. Betta, right? We had a welfare system under free market capitalism that was astronomically better than the welfare system we have today. 1 in 3 American men were in some form of a fraternal society in the 1920s. These were wildly better. For one example, which was the legal order of the Moose. Right, 1 in 26 men in America were a member of this fraternal society in 1912, and for a worker's wages, median worker's wages, for 1 week of wages, you got access to unemployment insurance, you got access to health insurance to go to the doctor, you got access to insurance. If you died, your children would go to an orphanage, and that orphanage was also the Child City Mooseheart Orphanage. The men had 70.9% difference in weekly earnings compared to the average American. and the women had a 62.5% higher difference in weekly earnings than the average American. Like they had a supreme education. And this was destroyed by the elites and socialists who were angry that the healthcare lodge system was negotiating doctors' salaries. They were enraged that the poor, everyday working man was able to use collective bargaining from voluntary associations under a free market to tell doctors, you're not good enough. I want a better price, or I want better quality of care. And they petitioned state after state with lies and bullshit to effectively make these systems illegal and regulate them to death. And then after the stock market crash, we have, our wonderful era of socialism in 1935, where we bring in the Social Security. And obviously before the Federal Reserve, we don't have really great economic data, but Cato Institute did some good data and showed that in the 1910s, the elderly poverty rate, or elderly people in need of assistance, right? So obviously the poverty metric would be different, but in need of assistance was somewhere between 10 to 20%, depending on where you were in the country. We did not reach parity with that elderly poverty rate until 1995. That's how great and wonderful Social Security is that it took us until 1995 where we reached the same levels of the elderly in need of assistance. This has destroyed families, destroyed gender roles, and it has destroyed the capital accumulation of young men so that they can build a family and build a home and things of that nature, which is what they need to attract a mate. And it's one of the big reasons why we have a bunch of angry, harpy, feminist single moms doing everything they can to produce more socialism, because the socialism always ends up going to them, and hating all of these young men that can't find girlfriends and wives because they have nothing of value to give them, because all of their value has been stolen by the state and then funneled to those very single moms. And then we sit here at the altar of worshiping single moms as like, but can't you think of the single moms that are the biggest recipient of welfare currently? Don't you think about the hardworking single moms? Rant over. I'm just saying, this is like the PraxBen went on his rant. This is my rant. This is my wheelhouse. Is talking about gender issues and libertarianism.
For sure. I do have a suggestion, which is that we move to I just looked at the chapters now, which is that we move to the question, the US is more socialist than capitalist today. Because I think that's the first interesting point, claim that Patrick Bet-David has made.
I'm interested in that. I was going to say as well, like we definitely need to skip over a couple of these, responders, because I think the next girl that's up is just absolutely horrible. Just talks over the whole time and says nothing of value. So I'm totally for that. That's fine with me.
Cool.
Hey, thanks for the $10, Trail.
I also just got $10.
Give me $10.
Well, you need to start streaming there, Ben.
Yeah.
Redistribute.
I need to get a camera first.
For sure. Let me play this.
My final claim is the U.S. is more socialist than capitalist today. If you hate the system, you're anti-socialist.
Hello.
You're back at it again.
She's back?
Yeah, so I think
Fuck yeah, my eye candy's back, boys.
But for the audience in general to define what...
Yeah, they made this specifically for you, bro.
Yeah,
I tried to debate her one
time.
time. She's actually like such a bad debater, and she acts like she's some expert on Marxism, but she knows nothing about Marxism. And I was in her life for like an hour just trying to get up.
I don't care. You don't talk about my.
I think Fabian gets up very easily whenever she's on the camera.
Fuck, I do. Yeah.
These terms are, I think the best way to do it would be to look at the theorists, right? Over history, we've seen communism and socialism talked about by governments and by, I guess, programs, but we never actually read the actual theory. And what theorists all agree on is that socialism would be a transitionary state between capitalism and communism, where the means of production are specifically owned.
Hold on. I want to...
All the theorists agree.
This is something that, like, all these socialists say, but that isn't actually what it originally meant. Like, originally, the distinction between the socialists and the communists was that the communists wanted a violent revolution because they recognized that, well, on our premises, we can't actually convince the capitalists to go along with this, so we got to have a violent revolution against them. But the socialists were for non-violent reforms. That was the difference between them, whether they advocate violence. But now the socialists also advocate violence. So it's like, that distinction has broken down now. So like, this is just like a talking point that they have, but it actually isn't reflected in the history at all.
In the history, right, the first usage of the socialists is like anti-monarchy, then it's anti-elite, then it's adopted by communists, is exactly as you said, right, which is, you know, the socialists are those that want, you know, peaceful or slow reform, right? Then Stalin comes into power, and it is, you know, a transitory state that is, you know, owns the means of production. Then socialist becomes you know, a form of government that is like Fabian in a certain strategy, right? And that's kind of like what we see today.
Liberty.
But ultimately, like the what's that?
Fabian Liberty.
Yeah, that's the whole point of my name, is that I'm an incrementalist. I want to reverse the Fabian strategy.
Press the fucking Rothbard button.
Yeah, right. I don't think we can have a violent revolution or anything tomorrow and it actually work. Like, my strategy is a Fabian strategy.
Press the Rothbard button.
Right. But the thing is that if you're just looking at Marx and Engels, what socialism is it's dialectical materialism, right? It isn't there is no such thing as a socialist policy that you can point to. And it's like, it's this fucking, you know, this, it's a Mott and Bailey to an extent, but it's a three-card Monty situation, right? Like, Marx claimed that nationalism was anti-socialist and anti-communist, but he supported nationalism in Ireland and in Poland. Well, how is it that nationalism can be a socialist belief and also not a socialist belief, assuming the contradictions aren't real, which he wouldn't? And that's because both of those aided in the development and the process of communism, because he believed that in Ireland and in Poland, that nationalism was a force by which you could get rid of imperialistic control and individuate and start the historical progress or process towards communism. And so, like, I know we're all Austrians, so we probably agree with like Hoppe and others that basically any government intervention is socialist, but that is the correct of it, even from Marx, because Marx is arguing that something is socialist if that policy is a part of the natural history of dialectical or historical materialism that is pushing us towards, you know, the eventual end goal of communism, and that it is inevitable. So it's like, I hate this fucking, all of us agree that it's actually just a transitory state. It's like, well, that's what we're in right now. We're in a state that is constantly pushing more regulations, constantly pushing more welfare redistribution, constantly pushing all of these things that get us closer to communism.
I find it really funny when people, communists especially, do this a lot, where they act like super condescending and like, oh, well, if you just read the theorist, like, she hasn't read the theorist. She has not. If she had, she wouldn't be saying this. Like, she doesn't even mention a theorist. Like, you notice when I'm referencing sources, I'll mention the names, the author, and you guys as well. You've mentioned like specific people, specific books. Right? She's not doing that. Even if she goes with Marx, I mean, Marx did not say this, but like Peter Lamb, he has this book on the historical definitions of socialism, and he has over 50 definitions that the big theorists of socialism have used. And he goes over all these different definitions. They just throw so many out there. So anybody who gets up there and acts like it's so simplistic, and it's just like, oh, it's just cut and dry if you read the theories, they clearly have not, because the more of these people you read, the more you realize it's incredibly complicated. Now, I do think you can simplify it to basically just socialism is when
the government does things
where things are socially owned as opposed to privately owned. You know, something like that. You can kind of summarize it.
I tend to say the collectivization of the means of production, and that tends to make people fairly happy in a debate, like when I say something like that.
Yeah, I think the one guy that Joe Salerno brings up was Albert Schaeffel or something like that. the quintessence of socialism. There's all sorts of places you could look, but generally speaking, I mean, even if you're looking at just socialist thinkers, they do not say what she said. But in terms of how I like to understand socialism, it's much more of like what Mises wrote in Human Action. Like one thing he says is choosing between capitalism and socialism is like choosing between water and cyanide. And I think he meant that fairly literally. Like a total socialist system is just death. And I think a lot of people kind of go too far with the thing of like, oh, we haven't experienced real capitalism. I mean, sure, we haven't had a purely capitalist system, but the thing is,
Boss champ. Hello? What the hoot? Can you guys hear me? Am I still live? Hello? Hello? What the fuck? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
What the? Yeah, okay. Well, now I can hear you. What the? Discord just like I think Discord just fucked up there.
There we go. I'm back.
Very strange.
Well,
Okay.
I can't fucking pull it out. I can't. There we go.
I think we just all simultaneously got attacked by the FBI.
Oh, did it happen to everybody?
Yeah.
I think one lost everyone else's mic all at once.
Okay.
I think Jubilee.
Yeah. Very strange.
Okay. Why am I seeing all your training videos?
Really
What's happening? What the fuck? Is everybody else seeing like the oh, here we go, expand video. That was weird. All right, we're back.
Okay. So basically, like Mises, he's saying, you know, these, like he talked about Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. He said even these aren't purely socialist because there are some real prices. Like if I was in Nazi Germany, I took my pen, I went over to my neighbor and I said, hey, you buy this pen for me. Like, hey, does $2 work? Or they didn't have dollars, but you know, does $2 work? Like, yeah, all right, there you go. That's a market transaction right there. In an actual social society, that would not exist at all. So because they had the black markets, because they had limited markets, you know, like the North Korea today has a huge black market. Because of that, they're not purely socialist, and that's the reason why they're able to survive for, you know, decades.
I was gonna mention that real quick. This is the thing that you put me onto, Ben. Like the fact that there was like 3% of the farms in the Soviet Union were privatized is basically what kept the entire country from totally collapsing, rather than just, you know, devolving very slowly. Was the fact that like they had these 3% of the farms that were still private that were producing like more than 50% of all the produce that was actually used by people in the country.
Yeah, like you can't completely get rid of capitalism. They've never been able to do it. The closest they got was war communism. And what happened? Literally all of society was collapsing because the foundations of capitalism are the foundations of society. You get rid of the specialization of labor. You get rid of all these ways of resolving conflict. Like everything collapses. You can't be a human being without this, right? Like well, everything, like, you die. Everybody dies. If you have pure socialism, everybody dies. And so I like to point out, you know, America, you know, it is capitalist. Yeah, we have a lot of socialist policies, but also, you know, these social policies, these welfare policies, they can't exist in a socialist system. They literally can't. Like, look at Mao's China. They had a horrific time funding their social welfare state. That it was practically non-existent, even though it was such a big focus. The same with the Soviet Union. These welfare states in the socialist countries were practically non-existent because they literally did not have the wealth to fund them. Whereas the capitalist countries, the Scandinavian countries, the US, have very robust welfare states just because we have so much fucking wealth to fund them.
Well, it also reminds me of like, I don't remember what article it was, but Stirner had, maybe it might even have been a letter, right? But like Stirner wrote about like if I had to live under strict communism, like I would just be a capitalist. Like the egoist would just be a capitalist. Like because why the fuck would I shackle myself to all of these unproductive, unuseful people? And like weirdly enough, like obviously I'm not a Stirnerite, but nevertheless, like it's true, right? Like you look at Soviet Russia, you look at any place, they have these black markets where people are hustling to get more than the other person, even under like strict welfare distribution, etc.
For around 5% of the government budget. That's 1/5, a little bit over.
By the way, I don't know if this is exactly where we left off. It probably isn't, but I suppose we can just go from here because this word died, I guess.
1/5 of what we spend on the military already.
Let's see.
1/5 of what we spend on the military.
Well, let me go back a little bit to try and capture her whole claim. Also, it gives you.
I don't know what she's saying, but I feel like whatever it is isn't true.
Creating fake scarcity for people like you to accumulate the wealth that you have on the basis of private ownership.
Fake scarcity.
Fake scarcity. Yeah, that makes me violently angry. The fact that she said that. Fake scarcity. No, there is real scarcity. Is just a fact of reality. You can't evade this fact.
A black woman is speaking. Shut up, listen, and learn.
Well, I think the concept here, right? If I'm trying to steelman her position, I think the concept is, you know, you look at the amount of wasted food, for example, under a capitalist system. Like there's a ton of food that is thrown out. There's a ton of food that is, you know, not used in some regard. Now, many of those things, many of the reason for that is actually socialism and government regulations, right? Oh, you can't feed the homeless with your leftovers from your restaurant because, you know, because they might get food poisoning and therefore we have to force you to throw it away. And, you know, oh, you can't feed it. Like a lot of these places want to sell leftover food to farms so that they can feed it to pigs or something, but that becomes illegal and that thing, et cetera, et cetera. But even if we just take that claim, again, I'm steelmanning to the best of my ability, there's this assumption that, well, all of this leftover food that could be used to feed everyone is like engineered by capitalism or something to keep people poor. And like, why isn't this just given away? And there's this assumption that like under communism, the productivity would be of the food would be there. And it's like, well, no, we have all this extra food to throw away because we produce so much fucking food because we have a relatively capitalistic market that gives us the ability to produce all of this. And we've seen time and time again that, you know, communist countries fall into famine and fall into food shortages because they can't produce enough food. So it doesn't matter that they give it all out. They don't produce enough to feed everybody.
Yeah, the communists are totally right on this argument. Like they would never have food waste. They're going to be
It's like the best problems for capitalism are that there's so much wasted food and that there's a bunch of obesity under capitalism. Can you imagine an obesity crisis in the Soviet Union? It's unfathomable. Like there would never be an obesity crisis. There would never be a need for Ozempic in the Soviet Union, because they, you know, it is a classic like normie meme of socialism is when no food, but it's true. Like if you have socialism, you can't even get something as basic as food. Like you have to line up for the bread, whereas in capitalism, bread lines up for you. You have so much bread that you can't use it all.
Yeah. It's very interesting here because I think this is where like the part of me as a young teenager that was a communist comes up, right? Because like I hear you, but like also fuck all of these goddamn evil socialist corporations that have fed us so much poison and contributed so much to an obesity crisis by intentionally using like school food programs to get brand loyalty for corpo poisonous slop and shit. Like I'm enraged at both claims. I'm enraged from the old lefty in me as well. And that's, I think, why I love Austrian's class analysis from Hoppe so much, because like there's still a little commie in my heart, but my brain beats it back with logic. But like I hear what you're saying and I agree with you. And then but logically, but like emotionally, I'm like, fuck these corporations that are making us fat and feeding us poison.
Okay, so you're not
just press this
capitalist.
play.
You're definitely not capitalist.
I mean, I didn't have anything to comment on.
I saw you lighting up and you were just like, whatever, play.
I didn't
Mommy trash. Anyways.
I didn't have anything else to comment on.
It was just funny.
Oh my God, why is it?
You're not socialist. You want to go full communism.
So what do you think that looks like, though, is a thing, right? So what Marx actually wanted was for us to reach a point where we no
Sexy
longer
little
have the
link,
scarcity
you
of
dumb
resources
commie
that has
girl.
kind of predicted, history as it looks like now. It wouldn't happen now. It
Right.
would happen as we
Right.
automate. At this point in time, we can decommodify.
Oh, will happen as we automate. So, like, this is a lovely contradiction you see with communists. Is that whenever any company replaces workers with machines, they are screaming from their lungs about how terrible this is. It's the old Friedman
Or
thing.
AI.
Yeah. It's the old Friedman thing of, well, use spoons, right? If it's better to use shovels instead of diggers, well, then use spoons instead, and then you'll have way more jobs. But they have this. So they simultaneously hold this belief that, like, automation is going to bring us about communism, but also automation is terrible. Like, you can just see these contradictions in front of you, and it really does tie into their philosophy that they think contradictions are true. Like, it's very clear when you start looking for it.
I don't know. I think I agree with this from more of a Jungian perspective, right? Where it's like people don't have ideas have people. Like, I don't think most communists that aren't that well read, like, I think they practically believe that contradictions are true in the sense that they believe in contradictory things. But I don't think most of them actually believe that contradictions are true per se. Like in a hypothetical sense. I think instead what you have is the philosophy speaking through them. Right? The philosophy is speaking when those contradictions come to occur, but they compartmentalize those contradictions as two separate things. And if you try and connect them, the cognitive dissonance starts to break. And so they find some other bullshit argument or some reason to run away from the exposition of that contradiction. I think it's more the ideology speaking through them. Like, sure, like, like a Slavoj Zizek or somebody, right? That's like super well read and super intelligent and buys this shit hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, he probably believes that, right? But I don't think somebody like her actually believes contradictions are true. I think they just compartmentalize contradictory ideas, and the philosophy is speaking through them often with their magic phrases and their magic words and talking points.
Yeah, this is I don't necessarily want to get into a whole big debate about pragmatism right now, but like, this is one big point I hit on in the upcoming video on pragmatism, where it's like, yeah, the man on the street sort of advocate of the philosophy of pragmatism, he doesn't understand all of the philosophical implications, but like, when you dig down into what they're saying, like, it really does mean like the actual philosophy, which is that what it means to say that something is true is that it works. What it means to say that it works is that it satisfies the whims of some consciousness. So it's primacy of consciousness, like, through and through.
Yeah. And
you see this.
Yeah, I agree.
All over the place. Even, with Dave Smith, like, he's the big villain of my video. Like, you see this with him. He actually says these things. Like, I mean, in his solo forum debate with Alex Narasta, he says that the root of his legal theory is that he prefers voluntary exchange to coercion. I can't remember the exact wording he uses.
Yeah.
But like, it's like, okay, well, then we've got a preference theory of property. It's like, what the fuck? Like, you do get this from what they say. Like, you can figure out what their actual primordial philosophy is. And it is literally pragmatism, as Dewey stated it.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're saying the same thing, but it's like, a distinction without a difference. I just kind of wanted to highlight that, like, I think often these people are not, like, none of them are rationally thinking. but I don't think they're even putting in the thought to rationally think about it. Right? Like I think there are a lot of intelligent academics, the intelligentsia, that put in the effort to think about it and then genuinely convince themselves of like the foundations of a contradictory philosophy. Whereas I think these people are just working off of preferences, as you stated, right? And then compartmentalizing things that are contradictory so that they don't have to deal with the cognitive dissonance that comes from trying to combine those ideas.
Modify housing and food and education for around 5% of the government budget. That's 1/5,
Fitch doesn't know
a little bit over 1/5 of what we spend on the military already. We don't, because we were living in the state where we it almost seems utopian that things like food and shelter.
How old were you the first time you thought you wanted to be a communist? How old were you?
My God, it's this fucking same bullshit again. How old were you? What was your college professor's name?
Yeah.
Like, shut up. This is not the correct.
Someone taught you this.
Someone taught you this, and who was your professor, and how old were you? And shut up! I don't care about any of this.
I'm going to write them a stern email telling them how disappointed I am in their teaching.
It's a very boomer mentality, right? Which is like, once you grow up, you'll grow out of this, and it's like that was the way so many boomers thought about millennials, my generation, when we were like woke in college and blue haired and crazy. It's like, oh, well, once they go out into the real world and they get a real job, reality will smack them in the ass and then everything will be okay. Right. And it's this like, oh, you're just dumb kids. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, you were dumb kids. And then you got indoctrinated into a worldview that you still believe in today and you don't even realize it. And the same thing happened to millennials. And the same thing is happening to Gen Z. Is that no, they don't grow out of it. Yeah, sure, they change some of their beliefs. They get a little more conservative as they age. But like, this is such a it's a non-argument, yes, but I think it's actually a more dangerous idea, which is that it comes from this dismissal of the danger of bad philosophy in our society. That like, this is just the utterances of rebellious youth, instead of recognizing that this is actually a rebellious youth that have adopted full-throatedly a philosophy that has killed millions.
Yeah, it's rebellion against truth. Yes, they are rebellious. And they're rebelling against truth. And so you don't really get out of that.
Right. It's like when you look at the difference between, like, you ever see those memes that like boomers and Gen X will share where it's like shows some person wearing bell-bottom jeans. It's like, I can't believe I wore that. And then it'll like show somebody with like an emo thing. It's like, I can't believe I dress like that. And then it'll be like Gen Z and they're getting a double mastectomy and they're like, I can't believe I cut off my breasts. Right. It's like, it's kind of that same thing where it's like, yeah, you went through a phase and then you had an ability to kind of to grow and get a little better. But like, this is fundamentally different. This is post-truth.
I'm going to go ahead and hop off now, but I think I might have a bit of a streaming bug now. I might do more of this in the future on my own channel. So
yeah. So everyone look forward to PraxBen.
Yeah, it's fun.
PraxBen streams in future. Confirmed.
Yeah, fuck, I'm going to lose even more viewers.
Breaking news.
Kidding.
More competition.
I'm excited for you.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming on.
Fuck.
Yeah, you had some really great points. Thank you for bringing this,
especially about Chile.
I mean, it was really Ben who brought this whole thing together. I think I was planning to do this on my own, and then MonarchoHoppean, he suggested we do it together, and then out of nowhere, as I was finishing that stream where MonHop suggested that, I see on Twitter Ben was saying maybe me and LiquidZulu should do this together, and then that brought this whole thing together. So everyone, give your props to PraxBen. Thank you very much for coming on.
Yes, thank you.
All right, see you, Ben.
Tell everyone that PraxBen sends his regards.
PraxBen.
Yeah, I feel like this is as good a time as any to like chit chat for a couple minutes and wrap this up.
For sure.
This is like the last. This is the last we'll see of PraxBen on YouTube for like 3 years.
Yeah. I've done that before where I've been like, I brought him on and he's like somewhere on a cell phone camera, and then you like DM him and he's like, maybe in a year, and you're like, God damn. He's like, I'm flying somewhere for the FEE.
It's crazy though. Like, he's built up such a following that like, as soon as he hops back on, he's going to get like views and people are going to tune in and stuff. It's like Zulu when Zulu, you went on like that hiatus because you were doing that like huge AI art video, and apart from I think a couple of like those like clips from the Can't stream that you did, you basically didn't post for like a year, and then posted and then immediately racked up a whole bunch of views because you've built up a following that is willing to engage with your content. So
yeah, and I want to point out one thing with respect to that.
I got made the owner of this, and I don't know how to get out.
Oh, there should be like a leave activity button. But I do want to point out one thing with respect to that, is that my socialism is literally impossible video is about to overtake Dave Smith's #1 video on YouTube, which I'm very happy about. But it's in my script currently. I have like, my top video comfortably sits within Dave's top 5 videos. That's what I said, because that was true at the time. But eventually, by the time I get to editing that, it might be true that my top video actually overtakes all of Dave Smith's videos, which is very, very interesting for me, because Dave Smith has said, I will have no impact on the culture, I'm irrelevant, and this is why I don't deserve a debate with him. But it's patently false.
It's getting heaps. Like I swear I checked that video like a few days ago, and it was just under 500k, and it's already at 512. Like it's still racking up heaps of views. It's crazy.
It's increasing in viewership as time goes on,
brother.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, that's pretty typical.
No, as in like the rate at which is increasing in viewership is going
exponentially. The rate at which the rate of the viewership. Hell yeah, dude!
Like over the past few days, it's been.
I'm happy for you. I'm happy.
Sorry, you go ahead.
Well, no, it's just like you're there are a lot of libertarian channels, but and like this is no shade at like Mentis Wave or anybody else that's that is larger, right? But I'm happy to see somebody like your channel take off, because I respect your content or whatever, but but also to have like an actual libertarian theorist as opposed to, I make views and I kind of give a libertarian perspective from time to time. And this isn't any shade at any other creator. I'm just happy to see like that occur, right? That we have the nerds are rising,
Yeah. This is the revolution of the nerds or whatever that movie was called.
Revenge of the Nerds.
Revenge of the Nerds.
Yeah.
We're coming back, and like I think it was always going to happen. That like because these like milquetoast like pragmatist, in theory this might work, but in practice socialism like that was never going to resonate with anybody. You needed to have someone like me coming along, someone like all the other people. Now we're getting a bunch of radicals coming along, and like, the tides really are turning. Like, I mean, I've been told by people who have attended objectivist conferences that like the majority of young objectivists are at least aware of me. Like, it's going to happen.
Yeah, that's awesome. I do like that. I think. What percentage of this Jubilee video do you reckon you actually watched? Do you reckon it was like 5%?
Like 5%, maybe, yeah. I'm going to be so happy to ride your coattails, LiquidZulu.
Absolutely.
I just hope that, like, people are here, hopefully, to watch us or listen to us discuss stuff. So I don't feel too bad about it. But yeah, if you want to watch the video, then go watch the fucking video.
This happens every time I do reactions, so I don't care. Like my audience expects that we're never going to get through a video that we react to unless the video is 20 minutes or shorter.
We literally, I reckon we did the first half of one of the first question, and then like a minute of the fourth question, and then we just kept talking about shit. So we never actually got to. I mean, it was pretty like lowbrow. It was pretty lowbrow content, so I think it was good to just almost use it as like a conversation starter for us to kind of discuss amongst ourselves, if anything. So, I mean, it actually functioned quite well.
That's going to happen when you got like, I mean, we had 4 people on the stream. Like that's going to happen. You're going to get like a lot of bouncing off of each other, and you need to have like room to allow that. I think it's way more interesting. I mean, like I've looked at the analytics before. In debates that I've done, when the other person is speaking in the debate, the retention starts dropping. When I'm speaking the debate, it starts leveling out. When the other person starts talking, it starts dropping again. Like, so like people really are just by the statistics more interested in hearing what we have to say than hearing what random normie socialists
well,
have
that's
to
why
say.
they're here, right? If they were interested in what Patrick Bet David had to say, they'd just watch the Jubilee stream, right?
Exactly, yeah.
The Jubilee video. So, but I must admit, I have done that before. I've been like listening to his Zulu debate, and I'm like, oh fuck, can this dude just shut the fuck up already? So I just skip through the parts where he's talking and like wait for Zulu's response and figure out what the guy said based off of what Zulu like typed down on his on your thing, on your flow, and then pick up like where the debate's going from that, because I just can't stand, like, sometimes it's okay, like if they're a decent debater I'll like actually listen, but some of the people that you've debated are just so like just horrifically dumb, and then also have no clue what they're talking about, and are just I'm like, no, I can't.
It's most of the people that I debate as well. Like, it's more often than not, most of my debaters are pretty slow. But I also do want to, just throw that out there, especially if anybody else is watching, is trying to get into it. You gotta be careful that when you look at your own data, that it doesn't become like a selection bias that reinforces itself. Because sometimes you can cultivate an audience, and it's important to do what it is that your audience likes. But it's also important to know that your audience is an infinitesimally portion of the population that watches this type of content. And so sometimes you can end up in a situation where you're actually chasing people away by doing what your audience likes.
Yeah. So that makes sense. You're giving the audience that you already have exactly what they want, but not potential new audience members what they want. Like, yeah, I get that. That makes sense.
Yeah, like I noticed when I took a break when I was moving. And one of the things that I noticed was I was cozying up too much to like the Republican kind of MAGA crowd. And it wasn't so much that I was like, it was audience capture, right? It just was audience capture, because I was constantly put on panels to be like, to debate against like, 3 or 4 left wing people, and it's me and 3 other right wing people, and it's like, so it becomes difficult to do, to be the ANCAP in the room arguing against 7 people. And so often I would just, I would engage with that side, and then I would gain an audience of like Republican liberty minded people, and then I found I was like, oh, I'm pushing into the anti left wing portion and not going hard against like Trump and stuff, because this is what my audience like tunes in for, is like, because if I'd start attacking Trump or something, I would like, I'd get more views and people would get more chat engagement. Like if I was going against left, but if I, start going against Trump, all of a sudden some of my people start leaving. They're like, oh, it's fucking another woke idiot. Right.
Yeah.
And so like, it was like, oh, I had like, when I came back, I was like, oh, I have to make a concerted effort to recognize that just because a big portion of my audience is like that, there are new people that come in that want to see me shit on Trump too. And those are what my principles and my beliefs are. So like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Not that you're wrong, LiquidZulu. I just meant it for other people as well. You got to be careful.
For sure. This is like, this is a big talking point in my video on Dave Smith, is that he has basically generated a whole lot of fiat libertarians who follow him.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like, if anybody's read The Fountainhead, it's like Gale Winand's strategy, where Gale Winand, he starts pandering towards the masses, and he thinks this gives him power, but really it makes him a slave, because he can't say anything other than what the masses want to hear, or else all of his power dissolves immediately. And you see this with Dave Smith. Right. Like, Dave Smith was getting a whole lot of popularity around his support for Trump and all these things, but the second he deviates from the message, you just read his comments and it's all hatred for him. Like, these people aren't actually libertarians. Like, Dave Smith
has an effect.
Yeah, Dave Smith is not turning people into libertarians. He is kind of just
turning himself into a paleo-lib.
He's making it such that he's a cuck towards these other philosophies, and he just has to model libertarianism as a solution to their problem statement, and it's really destructive. And it's gonna be destructive for his own mental well-being. You've got to imagine.
And
that can be good.
He's appealing to people that hate him as well because he's Jewish. And like you see, I've seen Nick Fuentes talk about him. Like Nick Fuentes talks about him, and he's like, "Oh, like Dave Smith's good on Israel, I guess." But the fact of the matter is, he's still a libertarian Jew, so he'll never be one of us. That's basically the message. Like he's fighting a battle that is unwinnable as far as like capturing a new audience. Like Nick Fuentes and the Gropers are never going to be libertarians because libertarianism is a Jewish ideology. It was founded by Murray Rothbard, who's a Jew, Ludwig von Mises, who's a Jew, Ayn Rand is a Jew, Walter Block's a Jew. Like they're never going to agree with us because they have this prior that is Jewish power is bad, and so anything that represents that is bad. So if your intellectual forefathers are Jewish, then you can get fucked. So he'll be a useful idiot for them because he's like the entryist for the Groyper movement. But he's never going to be one of them, and he's not going to convert any of them to libertarianism at all.
Well, I would say you can see this process more easily with drama YouTubers. I think it because like you see the fact that they get the easy clicks and the easy views and the easy quick growth from like doing drama, being like Destiny said this, and Hassan, look at how Hassan is actually a part of the counter doxing thing, and Ethan Klein comes back at Hassan, right? And they do this content, and then what ends up happening is they cultivate an audience that is toxic, that needs drama. And then you have to constantly search for drama. And eventually you end up creating drama just so that you have drama to report on. And you end up cultivating an audience of like psychos that like to dox people and cause problems. And then you have to police it. And you can just watch the mental health of these people decline because they're forced to appeal to the masses, as you said, Zulu, right?
Yeah.
Of the audience that they have cultivated. And I'm glad that you have stayed principled and slowly grown and not, shifted towards what got you the audience, but rather continue to grow and cultivate and find the gems in the rough towards that kind of exponential growth in that domain.
The growth might be slower. Like I'm sure if Zulu sold out tomorrow, he could probably, suddenly ratchet up as far as his viewership. But it'll be the payoff will be way better down the line as far as it's what I said earlier. It's a time preference thing. It's just low time preference, slower, long. Like Zulu's, how long have you been at this, man? Like years at this point. And we're only starting to see the uptick as far as like the hockey stick of growth. We're starting to see the uptick here, I'm sure, as far as like the socialism video, but I'm sure you could have had the hockey stick far earlier if you capitalized on the earlier success of being principled and then sold out for whatever was popular at any given time. But the payoff will be so much greater when we see that exponential growth take hold.
Yeah, it was the same thing that I talked earlier when people were trying to push that bullshit allegation Zulu doc or whatever, right? I was like telling them, I was like, look, I stood by my principles, and that's one of the reasons why I had to cut myself off from Eric July and Ryan and a few other people, and I knew several mods. Like I very easily could have like weaseled my way into the geeks and gamers space or something like that. The same thing happened with like Clint Russell, right? Where I went after Scott Ritter, I went after with them working with communists. Like I've had a lot of opportunities for quick growth, but like I have always feared happening to a certain degree. Well, thanks for the membership renewal. I that same fear that I have that I'd turn into a Dave Smith, right? Like if I would have just been like, oh, Tom Woods, oh, I'm not going to talk about that because that's not that would hurt my prospects of getting in with people. Oh, because like I got blocked and pushed aside by like Red-Headed Libertarian, Clint Russell, like several other prominent, Angela McArdle, a lot of these other people all simultaneously blocked me, right? That doesn't happen unless you fucking attack them. And then when they try and come back at you, you prove that you're principled and that you're not playing their game. And so it's like, like I could have had plenty of opportunities for growth, but I'd much rather attach myself to somebody like Zulu and that crowd that's you guys are maintaining your principles and doing that slow growth.
Yeah. And I very much appreciate it. And, I think just from a content strategy perspective, I want to bring an example from the gaming world, which is General Sam, which is my favorite gaming YouTuber, where he has had various streaks where he's been making very successful videos on a certain game. Like, for example, he made a lot of Tarkov videos, and he was getting very successful in Tarkov videos. And he's said this multiple times, where he deliberately doesn't get into a single game. He did the same thing with Rust, by the way. He was one of the big early Rust YouTubers as well. He very deliberately doesn't stick to a single game, because then he's dependent upon that game's success, right? And you see this with Minecraft YouTubers. When Minecraft falls off, they have nothing. But General Sam, he does a whole bunch of games, so it depends upon whether or not General Sam is interesting. Right. It's not whether
what happens when Roblox with streamers, right? Like with all this bullshit going on with Roblox. Like, I'm sure there are Roblox content creators that have been silent about all the issues in Roblox for a long time because they've been corrupted by the audience capture, which is if I promulgate the idea that this game is bad and people quit this game, well, then of course they quit my content.
Exactly.
You see this in this is the thing that captures a lot of like journalists in mainstream media as well. And in sport, you see it in all different kinds of journalism as well. Like nowadays, like I follow a lot of sports, right? And one of the things you notice nowadays is that a lot of journalists, their job is literally to be a mouthpiece for like a player agent that like has a lot of power. Like they manage a lot of like the really prominent players in the game. And literally like, so Shams Chariana is like the big like NBA reporter these days. And literally what he does, a lot of his tweets are literally just XYZ player has signed a contract for X amount of money. And then according to agent Rich Paul, that's literally what and so his job is to get the player agent's name in the tweet. So he's getting more notoriety as like this big agent that's signing people for huge contracts. So the incentive there is now to no longer speak out or write stories that are critical of the agents or critical of the players that those agents have signed, because you're going to lose access to, you don't get the breaking stories anymore that the agents are passing on for you. So that's where you see, so these journos have now tied themselves to the success of the player agents, which means they can't then do their actual job, which is to, be critical or, cover stories that may otherwise not get reported.
Well, I mean, you see, I got to get out of here soon because I don't know what I ate or something, but something yesterday triggered my autoimmune disease. But I obviously wasn't going to quit this, so I just hopped myself up on caffeine. But I'm starting to crash now, because I'm a sickly man. I'm a sickly man with a joint disease and an autoimmune disease. But I don't know. I don't want to get too much into it. But if you're not intimately familiar with all of what's going on the left with Chorus Media, it's the same thing everywhere. Like the entire streaming industry and like podcasting industry is just being taken over by, political activist groups and NGOs funding these massive campaigns where they pay people to do the content they're already doing, as opposed to them paying them to manage them and then give them opportunities and give them things so that they can gatekeep and control narratives. And then these people are in this situation where if they don't, if they become too antagonistic to their donors, then they lose all that support and they lose those opportunities. And it'll be very interesting to see just how much, corporations, these private industry and NGO pseudo private activist organizations are able to take over. Because the Democrats have been spending, I don't know if you're following just how much money is coming in the future, but I mean, 1630 fund spent, what is it? $141 million in 2018, $400 million in 2020, 2022 was $196 million. And some of the success of 1630 fund, and this is just on the Democrat side, there are companies that are raising, and media is raising 45 million, Project Bullhorn 35 million, Double Tap Democracy 30 million, Channel Zero, we don't know, but the guy in charge of it was the guy in charge of social media communications under the Biden administration. Project Echo, 52 million. And these are just some examples of current projects that are, raising money, just like tens and tens of millions individual to fund streamers and AstroTurf specific messaging campaigns just for like the Democrats and the DNC donor class. So, you know, that all of those problems with legacy media and journalists are going to be ever increasing here in the streaming and podcast and YouTuber space, at least in the political realm. And not even the political realm. One of the people Chorus was funding $8,000 a month up to, we don't know, was like an American girl doll creator so that she could then promote and push, ideas to get Democrats elected.
Yeah. And I think this is why I'm a huge opponent to any kind of you got the corporate media, like, you know, your Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, all that. But I'm a huge opponent to like these other platforms like Joe Rogan and that being called independent media, because they're not independent media. They may be alternative media, if you want to use alternative as against the mainstream, but they're not independent. Okay, like all these people, fucking the Daily Wire being called independent media. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, let's not kid ourselves. These people have donors, they have interests, and like a lot of them are they're not propped up by viewers. They're being propped up by whichever interest group is funding them. So,
right.
You know,
and then that
maybe
interest group
alternative to the mainstream, but they're not independent.
Right. That interest group gets them money so they can buy good equipment, gets them interviews so that they can get AstroTurfed everywhere. And then let's be honest, I don't buy, you know, Zulu, I have a question. Actually, I'm not even going to make my statement. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you buy this concept that 80% plus of viewers are actually dead viewers that just lurk and don't ever comment in chat? Do you see that in your streams?
Probably about that, yes.
You do? Okay. All right. Because that's not like how it is for mine. I'd say I have about 60% of people actively chat. And it seems to me that the bigger it gets, the more bots people get, even if they're not paying for them, because these sites are full of fucking bots. Because my chat engagement is insane compared to big people. But I see so many people that are like, oh, this is the next big thing, this person I've never heard of. And they have 10,000 viewers. And it's like their chat is moving 2 or 3 times the speed of mine. How are they sitting at 10K viewers or 2K or 3K viewers, and I'm sitting at 40, and like I've got half the chat speed and they're like, oh, well, they have slow chat turned on. And I'm like, no, I'm looking at the chat and I'm watching a person comment multiple comments, so they're not being throttled by a slow chat. Like, no, I genuinely think a lot of these managers and a lot of these companies, so that they can sell growth to their donors, are just botting the fuck out of the people that they represent, so they get AstroTurfed everywhere. They do better in the algorithm, and then those bots need to appear normal, so they just watch a bunch of other similar content as a bot. And the larger you are, the more you get. That part of the exponential growth is just a growth in fucking bots.
But by the way, when you brought that up, multiple people in chat came forth and said that they are indeed lurkers. So hopefully they are all real.
I know lurkers exist. All right. I'm not accusing you of like your numbers being botted. What I'm saying, I'm just curious, like where the breaking point is. Because I know that it happens at a certain level where like you see people with astronomically larger channels and chats that are not that fast.
I liked XQC actually. Genius among men, of course. He actually he was
a monkey philosopher, if there ever was one.
Yeah, I believe he was interviewing Trainwrecks, where the I can't remember what the fucking standard was, where he was talking about like how you can tell that. I remember now. How you can tell that someone is botting their views, where it's like they can play any game and they'll have the same average viewership. Like they'll have 30,000 viewership no matter what they're doing on that day. Like, whereas an actual organic streamer, it depends on what they're doing. I mean, like today, I had like almost 300 peak viewership because I had fucking all the stars were here, right? It was all.
I don't know if I added to that.
and it was all, and like, you know, it was promoting everything. Like, this was a special type of stream, and like, you know, on the Stop Killing Games debate I did with Ross Scott, another Scott, by the way. That was also a very high viewership stream, but you know, some streams I'm getting like, you know, 60 viewers or 90 viewers, or, you know, it changes depending on what I'm doing that day. That's how you can tell it's an organic stream. Whereas some of these people, it's always the exact same number of viewers, average viewers. So like, that is not
like, even Asmongold. Even Asmongold will like have streams where he's only got like 20K viewers, and then like, you know, a big game will release and people want to determine whether or not they want to play that game, and then dude is like quintuple that size of viewership. I will say, however, there are certain people that are kind of immune to this, right? Like people like Pay Money Wubby, for example. Like his stream is about him. It's about him just being goofy in the antics that occur. Right. Yeah. So I mean, it's like certain types of variety streamers where they're always doing something different, and it's always about the comedy and the chat engagement and like the engagement with their Reddit and like their mods sending them crazy random videos. You don't know what to expect. So like I would just give a little credence to them having consistent viewership because that's the type of content. But I absolutely agree with you that is a good metric to kind of.
It's certainly a red flag.
Why do you always have the same? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say. Well, it's probably a timing factor as well, because this stream is probably a good time for the American audience. I would have thought, like, what is it, like, afternoon on a Saturday for you guys, right? Like,
it's 10 p.m. right now on the East Coast and 7 p.m. on the West Coast.
Yeah, right. So it's a late afternoon, evening on a Saturday. Like, that's probably a good time for the American audience versus like the Australian audience. It's like a Sunday. Like, Zulu's been catering towards the Australian audience whenever I've been on the streams, just because of how it lines up.
Yeah.
So that's probably factoring into it as well to some degree, is like who's even awake, and also not just awake, but also at a good time of the day to be, you know, tuning in and watching a live stream.
Yeah.
Well, with that being said, I just realized that it's like 3 o'clock in the morning for you, Zulu.
Yeah,
I know.
And I'm like I said, I'm having a flare up, so I'm actually pretty sick and I'm starting to crash. So I'm gonna get out of here. But I had a wonderful time. Thank you for putting, well, PraxBen kind of put it together, but you as well. And doing this, I had fun. I'd love to do more of this in the future, especially if PraxBen starts fucking streaming. That'd be dope.
For sure, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, everyone who came on. Thank you to both MonarchoHop and Fabian, and of course PraxBen. And thank you to everybody who stopped by, especially those who were donating, whichever stream they were donating in.
Yeah,
it's very much appreciated when you do it. This is how these streams happen.
Buy war bonds, boys. Yeah. We need war bonds to continue fighting.
Absolutely.
All right, peace.
See ya.
I'm gonna start getting Zulu to redistribute the wealth. All right. Cheers.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you everybody who came along. It was very good. I now have to go to sleep because I'm incredibly tired. So I'll see you guys all next time.